Good evening, everyone. It's your worst nightmare and dream come true. I'm Adrian Hallowell, broadcasting live to you, and I apologize for the extended wait on that starting soon screen. I was trying to make sure everything was functioning properly. Punk right off the bat, huh? Welcome in, Augustine. I hope everybody is doing okay this evening. Hope you're all having a good Wednesday. Welcome in, Emerald. Congratulations on the first. Welcome in, Dandy. Welcome in, Alandria. Yes, I hope you're all doing well. So I did a couple things since yesterday. I tried to add in the audio source. So hopefully now it should make noise whenever certain things happen. Like there's no audio for the hydrate. So you won't hear anything with that, but there should be when there's donations or there's another one that's supposed to have sound too, I think. So yeah, hopefully it works now. Thank you for the head pats, Alandria. Yes, I hope you're all doing well. They dropped a trailer for the Backrooms film yesterday, and it looks really, really good. I put a link to it in my Discord server, but if anyone hasn't seen it yet, I highly recommend checking out the trailer. It looks really, really good. What is your cute? Okay, so that one may not stay there. I was looking around in Vignon. There's a little button that allows you to look at resources that are available for the program. And so I'm sure you remember Madi. She's a fellow Witch VTuber, friend of mine, and we have collabed together several times. She has a fun thing on her model where she can have like different sticky notes attached to her forehead. So I saw that one and I was like, huh, this would kind of be fun to test out. It's not like hers where I think you can input your own custom message. Yeah, that's what it is. I wanted to try it out and see what it would look like. And this was the only one that was there, at least that I saw. So I may not keep this one. But it was an easy one for me to input in the nodes. Because you have to kind of like set up what you want it to do and then attach it. Kind of hard to explain. But yeah, it's more of a test thing than anything. But we'll see. Maybe I'll leave it. It'd be hilarious if we could put a bunch of them with different messages. Yeah. Yeah, I have to see if there's anything like that available for 3D models and such. Because as it stands, I actually don't know. But yes, the Backrooms movie. So I've been following Kane Pixel's Backrooms series since it started, really. If you haven't watched it, I highly do recommend it. Is a found footage liminal space horror series based on the Backrooms. I guess you could call it meme, right? Although it's not really funny, right? It started as a image that kind of went viral, and people started attaching different little stories to it, and Kane Pixels, who was 17 at the time that he started his Backrooms series, made a found footage horror series in the Blender program, and it just kind of exploded from there. And he is at only 20 years old getting to direct his own Backrooms movie with A24 Pictures, which is very incredible. Congratulations to him. And it looks incredible. The trailer looks really good. And I'm curious to see if it's going to be folded into the lore of the actual YouTube series. It looks like it will be. I have some suspicions about it. But I do highly recommend, if any of you are into horror, I assume if you watch me on a regular basis, you must have some degree of interest in horror. I do recommend checking it out. It is a triumph in creativity and really, really cool. And I can't wait for the movie. It comes out in May, I think. We've talked a little bit on this channel before about liminal space horror. And I've seen a lot of people who kind of disregard liminal space horror as like a, you know, Gen Z, Gen A, or I don't know. People are really weirdly dismissive about stuff, right? I don't really think it's a generational thing at all. But it's something that I think people have always had an interest in. There's always been art and photography that captures the essence of a very bizarre, derelict, moody, empty atmosphere, right? There's always been an interest in this kind of aesthetic. It's not new, it just kind of blew up recently as far as like being its own subgenre officially. But this has always been a thing. And what I like so much about liminal space horror is that it fuses, it's like a perversion of our sense of adventure, right? Because in regular, like in other subgenres of horror, we have different kinds of fears or interests being explored, right? There's a different kind of horror for every kind of interest there is, right? Liminal space horror, in my opinion, takes that wanderlust and that sense of adventure, and it twists it into something that is uncomfortable, right? When you see something like the Backrooms, you're tempted to just explore the infinite expanse of what it is, right? You may not find anything, but you're tempted to just walk around. It's like if any of you have ever taken a home tour before or something like that, you know, as soon as you step through the door, you just want to explore every room, right? Even if you previewed the home on a website beforehand or whatever, you just kind of want to look around, right? There's something kind of interesting about that. And that is what something like the Backrooms explores, right? You just want to keep going further and further in, but it's like an abyss that you're never going to escape from. And of course, there are different interpretations of the Backrooms. Some people, in their interpretations, do not include any monsters or things like that. It's just essentially the feeling of being lost, and it can almost be hypnotic and therapeutic, right? Like meditative. And then others do include monsters and other kinds of horrors within. And there's like different layers to the Backrooms, right? So you have the yellow, like the pale, sickly looking yellow walls, the carpeting and the electrical hum of the fluorescent lights on the ceiling and such. And then there's other like floors and layers of the Backrooms where they almost look like you're outside, or it looks like a pool, or it looks like the interior of a kindergarten or a hospital or things like that. It's a lot. And yeah, it's really, to me, very interesting. Liminal space horror, to me, really plays on that inner desire that we all have to just kind of roam free and explore, and it punishes you. It's almost like a play on like what the Blair Witch Project explored with, you know, being lost in the woods, right? Which is already like a common fear and stuff like that. But the way that that movie just took the essence of being lost in the woods and turned it into like a living nightmare that really kind of exemplified that fear. I feel like the Backrooms is a perfect example of like taking that but moving it to more of an interior, even if it sometimes flirts with the essence of an exterior like appearance. You always feel like you're stuck in like an ever-expanding dome that won't let you out, you know what I mean? The image of the area with the yellow walls is the one that comes to my mind when I think of the Backrooms. Yes. Yeah. And that's pretty crazy too, because I'm sure most of you have heard this, but they actually finally found the image that originated the Backrooms. And it was from a furniture store. Just a regular old furniture store and whatnot. But perspective is everything, right? And as somebody who actually do quite a bit of photography, and I really like photography, you'd be surprised how much you can distort people's view of a specific thing or location just by the way that you take the picture. And it's kind of crazy to me that a stock photo, well, it wasn't like a stock photo, but like essentially a photo that was used, I believe, for the fact that the store was like going out of business or whatever. And so they were taking different images of what the store looked like so they could sell the property or the building or whatever, if I'm not mistaken. It's kind of amazing that a picture like that has now led to a feature-length horror film. All because of our ability for our imagination to run wild. I think that's pretty cool. Let me see something. I have a notification for some reason on Twitch. Ah, okay. But yeah, really looking forward to that, and I'm happy to see different kinds of horror being explored, because as I was saying the other day, horror has a tendency, as much as I love it, to kind of fall into a pattern of copycat syndrome. And make no mistake, liminal space horror is not free from this. There's a bunch of different things exploring this concept. But what's cool about liminal space horror is that there's a billion ways to explore it. Mon OBS, please play nice. There's a billion ways to explore liminal space horror, right? The Backrooms is just one. But a lot of people have come up with all kinds of really cool interpretations of the idea, right? Some that are completely exterior, or external rather, like that you don't have any indoor locations or anything like that. Just endless expanses of like if you know the infamous Windows XP generic background and stuff of the hills and whatnot. Like, I've seen some people explore like that kind of look. Had people that do just, again, endless forest or cave interiors, things like that. And then they just kind of keep twisting and adding little differences here and there until it's familiar, but not completely recognizable. Welcome in, Sushi. How are you doing? Hope you're doing well, and I hope you're still feeling better. I saw you're going to be streaming later tonight. I'm glad to see that you're back. You're going to be playing Reanimal, right? It's a collab you're doing? Yeah, I hope you have a good time with that. And thank you for the for the sticky note redeem. I really like the pool ones. Yeah, the pool rooms is really nice to look at. The pool rooms for sure is like one that is very easy to kind of view as like a therapeutic thing. And, you know, it's kind of deceiving if the interpretation you're looking at also includes monsters and such. I feel great today. It feels so good to eat. I just ate lunch at work. Had nuggies. That's fantastic. I'm glad to hear that. Glad you ate. Yes, I'm excited for Reanimal. We've been trying to play this since it came out in February. I'm glad that you're finally getting to it. Yeah, it looks like a good game. I might pick it up at some point. Could also make a fun collab with somebody. I don't know who would be interested in playing it, but yeah, I might go ahead and do that. I don't know if the Switch 2 version has crossplay though. I gotta look into that. If I can verify that, then I may look into that. It triggers my thalassophobia, if I said that correctly. It's great. What is that again? I feel like I know it, but I'm forgetting it. Have you played Little Nightmares 1 or 2? No, I haven't. I actually do have Little Nightmares 1 on Steam because they were giving it away for free at one point, but I haven't played it yet. I don't know if I'd be able to play that on stream. It all depends on how my computer wants to behave itself. But I have been thinking about playing that. So we will see. I know there's a third one that was actually developed by the same people that did Until Dawn and The Quarry, which are games I enjoy very much, but I know people didn't like it all that much compared to the first two, and I know the original developer of 1 and 2 went on to do Reanimal. It's kind of like their spiritual successor to Little Nightmares, right? I hate deep pools of open water, so the pool ones being so open, but in an enclosed space creates a weird, uncomfortable comfort for me. I see. Yeah, that makes sense. Of course, you know. I have a lot of useless video game knowledge. You'll have to forgive me for that. I like Little Nightmares 1 and 2 a lot. Definitely recommend them. And I'll definitely have to try to see if my computer will play nice with me if I play it. I don't know, the more modern a game is, it terrifies me as far as if my computer is gonna be able to hold up for a full stream. That's why I always use my PNG, because I know for a fact trying to use my 3D model while trying to like stream a PC game is only going to end in disaster. So I don't even attempt it. We played the Reanimal demo and it was so much better than Little Nightmares 3's full game. Damn, I wonder how 3 turned out so bad. Or at least I don't want to say bad, I haven't played it, but at least by general consensus not as good as 1 and 2. Because Supermassive are pretty good developers, but I guess that is a very different genre for them to tackle, because since they've been a studio, I think they've only really done games like Until Dawn and The Quarry. So it does seem like it would probably be something they'd have to play or like make more of to really get it down. Because I think a lot of people assume that like platformers and such would be an easy genre to develop, but it is definitely not. How dare the pro gamer know ball about games? I definitely wouldn't call myself a pro gamer. I think Chad has had to bail me out enough times in some of the games I've played on stream enough to know that, but I do my best. It's one of my favorite games. I own it on every platform: Switch, Xbox, PS5, and Steam. Damn, you really do like it. But I know how you feel. I own a copy of Resident Evil 1 Remake on, like... I have the GameCube version, PS4 version, the Switch version. Thought I had another version, but I'm not sure. And I do intend to get Resident Evil 2 Remake again if they put it on the Switch too, because I want to be able to play that anywhere. So I definitely understand where you're coming from with that. Haven't played Little Nightmares 3 or Reanimal, but you can tell even from afar how much scarier Reanimal is. Yeah, I saw a lot of people saying that. I haven't seen too much of Little Nightmares 3, but I can definitely believe it. You know, like I said, Supermassive is more known for making like interactive movie type games, so them taking on a horror platformer with co-op added on. Yeah, it's already hard enough to make a co-op game scary, but even more so if you're operating in a genre you've never touched before. So I can imagine that it's probably not, you know, the game it could be. Which is not a slight against the developers, but yeah, I could very easily see why that would be the case. I didn't say you were good at games, just professional. Fair enough, fair enough. I'd love to see you play Little Nightmares 1, and it's so good. Yeah, I will definitely see if I'm able to pull it off. Also got to see how much memory it takes up, because I have it in my library, just not installed. And I know they actually ended up giving me like the anniversary edition or something like that, because it was the original and then it like upgraded itself, which is very cool of them to do that. I'm here. Welcome in, Purple. I hope you're having a good evening. I didn't mean to put down Little Nightmares 3. Even if it's not as in-your-face scary, it can still be a very fun game. Oh, no, I understood what you mean. Yeah, no, I totally get what you mean. Hey, Hey, welcome in, Aza, over on YouTube. As always, thank you for the YouTube love. Hope you're having a good evening or morning or afternoon. A good time zone, wherever you are. Always good to see you. Enchanted Edition? Oh, yeah. He did. It's like RE6. Oh, boy. Sorry about Nightbot, Aza, over on YouTube. I gotta figure out... I thought I turned off the warnings about the symbols, but I think maybe that one only took for Twitch. I have to update the bot for YouTube. I'm sorry about that. It's set to default to warn people about that. I thought it would carry over my settings from Twitch. Excuse me, Nightbot. I know, Nightbot is sassy, isn't it? I appreciate its services, but it is a little, it'd be a little bit much. Everybody doesn't like it. Hey, thank you for the 40 stream streak, Purple. Wow. I really appreciate that. That's okay, it's not your fault, it's Nightbot. Yeah, I'll try to fix it. I've been at war with Nightbot since the dawn of yore, it's true. It's true, Elandria and Nightbot don't like each other. Also, sorry about the fact that, like, it may look a little odd if you see me kind of looking to the side. I'm using my other monitor to look at chat for the most part, because when I try to look at my main monitor, it always registers it as my eyes being closed, so if you see that happen randomly, that's what's going on. But I have to look at my main monitor sometimes to see Twitch-specific things. It's really annoying, but again, for whatever reason, this is something that is happening exclusively when I use Vignon, and I don't know why. But hopefully I can get that figured out eventually. It's just, I really do think it's something with the way my eyes are naturally. That apparently looking a little bit below, like, I guess the center focal point of where the camera registers my eyes, makes it think that my eyes are closed. Which is really annoying, because they're not even close to being closed, but again, I guess I kind of have sleepy looking eyes or something like that, I don't know. Always, your voice is mad hot. Thank you. I appreciate the compliment. Feels so great today. Actually was able to drink Monster. Nectar of the Gods. I heard birds singing, the clouds parted, I saw heaven, and actually ate a meal. I feel great. Also, I lost weight when I was sick. So that's a plus, I guess. Oh my goodness. Well, it definitely sounds like you are doing much, much better, so I'm happy to hear that. Yeah, before we get into the pre-stream tarot card poll and then to the game, the last thing I wanted to yap about was an extension beyond liminal space horror. I really do hope that what is it called? God, why is the name escaping me? Just give me 1 second. God, I hate that. Analog horror. There we go. Analog horror is able to kind of have a renaissance period because it exploded early and got really popular and then kind of flamed out because too many people were doing the same thing and not really exhibiting any creativity. Right? The format really kind of blew up with Local 58, which was actually created by, I think his name is Chris Straub, the same guy that made Candle Cove. which is a great horror story that's presented in the format of a series of forum posts. Very, very creative with a brilliant twist. I won't spoil it for you. It's a very short story. I do recommend you go check it out. It was adapted on... the Sci-Fi Channel had made a series called Channel Zero that adapted different creepypasta and scary internet stories into live-action short-form series. And to me, the adaptation of Candle Cove was not good at all. It added random things and just... the acting was not good. But supposedly they did better justice to other adaptations. Like, some people said their adaptation of the No End House was a lot better and was like really, really good, but I haven't seen that one yet. But having said that, Chris Straub, assuming I have the right name there, went on to create a internet series called Local 58, which is available completely on YouTube. Again, I highly recommend that you go and you see it if you have not. It is an analog horror series told through a bunch of different videos that all seem kind of disconnected, but there is a plot thread that runs through them if you pay attention. Yes, I've seen that. I was watching a lot of analog horror some years ago. Isn't it so good? Oh my goodness, I love analog horror. I just wish that more creators were trying their own thing. Because after Local 58 blew up, you had a couple of other people that took that format, right? And did a lot of cool stuff with it. So you had the Mandela Catalog, which blew up, and that series with kind of made use of like creepy looking faces, and everyone and their mother decided we need that in our analog horror series. And unfortunately, it became like a meme that every single analog horror series is going to feature these warped expressions when they, you know, there's a specific reason why that occurs in the Mandela Catalog, and you shouldn't be copying it for everything. There's a lot of other great series. Greylock. Yes, Aza. Vita Carnis is great. Yeah, Vita Carnis is really good. Midwest Angelica is another one that's really good. It actually takes a lot of inspiration from Evangelion, believe it or not. And Metal Gear Solid, I believe. There's another one too, that's pretty good. I know a lot of people are big on the Five Nights at Freddy's VHS tape things, and I mean, some people do a lot of cool looking visuals with it, but I think a few of the creators of those turned out to be very problematic, to put it mildly, and I don't know, I'm just not really big on the whole animatronic horror thing, if I'm honest. That's something that also kind of stops me from enjoying the, God, there's one that's, there's an analog horror series that's very clearly inspired by Five Nights at Freddy's, and a lot of people swear by it. And it's interesting. It has a really cool looking art style. It's very disturbing to look at, but it just doesn't really do it for me. I'm actually not familiar with the FNAF VHS tapes. Yeah, it's some of them are like adaptations, others tell a new story, to my understanding. I've seen some of them, but not all of them. Yeah, I'm just not really invested in Five Nights at Freddy's. Is it the Walton Files? Yes. Yeah, thank you, Aza. Yeah, the Walton Files. Yeah, it has a great art style. Like, it's really, it can be, you know, really creepy to look at times. But just how FNAF inspired it is really doesn't do anything for me. It just comes off a little too similar to its source material, in my opinion. Not a slight at all, just it just doesn't agree with my personal taste. I can see that there's a lot of hard work that goes into it, and it is definitely one of the better examples in terms of, like, you know, effort being put into it, into analog horror series. It's just not really for me in terms of the theming, right? FNAF is something I've never cared for either. Yeah, same here, Aza. I mean, one thing I will compliment FNAF for is that if you were in my stream yesterday, then you probably heard me kind of complaining a little bit about the way that modern Resident Evil kind of disrespects its own storytelling by just kind of forgetting things or retconning stuff, and that irritates me as someone who's invested in the lore. I do think, at least from what I've seen, because I'm not really invested in FNAF that way, but I have seen some video essays about it, and listening to dedicated FNAF fans talk about it is it could be pretty fun to listen to at times, just to kind of see what that world is like, right? And to my understanding, modern FNAF is pretty confusing and has kind of lost the plot, so it's not immune to it. However, I will say that, like, the earlier games understood that you can get a lot of mileage out of subtle storytelling and really investing in the questions that your fan base wants answered. And I do think that that's something a lot of modern horror just does not care to do, which is a shame, because the way that that series blew up, and don't get me wrong, there's a lot of reasons why that series blew up, right? The right people played it, right? Like the right content creators. It came out at a perfect time. It was something that was new and unique at the time that it released. They were able to get out multiple games in a short span of time because it used pre-rendered visuals, right? And it wasn't really complicated in terms of what kind of game it was. Like, it wasn't some mass open world 3D thing. It was a very simple formula to kind of get out quickly if you knew what you were doing. All of that definitely played a part, but to me, none of that would have gotten anywhere if it wasn't for the fact that the plot was paid attention to, and there was definitely a finger on the pulse of what the community was interested in, right? And I feel like a lot of modern horror stuff just doesn't care to do that, and it's really annoying. I've heard of those but never watched. Yeah, the Walton Files. It's okay. Again, it's good in the sense that there's a lot of hard work that goes into it. The voice acting is good, and the visuals are really twisted and unique. I just don't really care for the whole animatronic horror thing. Like, I do understand the uncanny valley effect that those animatronics have, like the old school ones from Chuck E. Cheese and other restaurants and stuff like that. But it just doesn't really scare me. God damn, did I come at the end of the stream already? No. I haven't even started yet. I've been yapping. You're good. You are good. In fact, I'm probably doing too much yapping. I was talking about horror. Personally, I do enjoy the lore of FNAF. Not like a huge fan like others, but I think it's fun. Yeah, I feel like... I think for me, because I used to watch the... I used to watch people cover it back when it was coming out, and I really did like how it was handled in the first, well, 4 games. I do feel like after that, like starting with what is it, Sister Location, it started to feel a little confusing, and now I feel like the modern ones, like the one they did, Security Breach, and definitely Secret of the Mimic, lost me entirely. Like, I feel like I don't know anything that's going on, and then you have the books, and then there's like multiple canons. I think the last FNAF thing that I did think looked pretty cool was Into the Pit, the 2D game. I do think they should make more like that. I thought that looked really cool. And it seemed like a pretty interesting game too. I enjoyed watching some people play that. But the early FNAF games plot lines are exactly the kind of thing that I do want out of more horror series, in terms of like the dedication to like following up on things and leaving some plot threads dangling that will be addressed, rewarding you for your interest. You know what I mean? I do think they did a really good job with those first 4 FNAF games of doing that. Like, an exceptionally good job, and that's definitely one of the reasons why it blew up the way it did. Right? Do you like SCP stuff? Yes, actually I do. I'm It's funny you bring up SCP, Asa. And for anybody on Twitch that's confused about what I'm reading, I'm actually reading a YouTube comment right now. But yeah, I am interested in the SCP Foundation stuff, and I am currently working on a writing project. Something that I do hope to turn into something. What it will be in the end, I don't know. Probably a book, because I can't program and make it a video game, even though I want it to be a game. But it is something that is heavily inspired by Resident Evil. I'm not a YouTube comment on the voice in Adrian's head. You heard it here, folks. Actually, if you've ever played the game, Deadly Premonition, Ozza is like my Zack. Which Deadly Premonition is a fantastic game. Heavily inspired by Twin Peaks, and Twin Peaks is incredible. And you should all go watch it if you haven't seen it. But, yes, I'm working on a project that is inspired by Resident Evil, and, the SCP Foundation is something that I am studying for research in assistance with developing lore of this world, among a lot of other things. There's a lot of inspirations for this, but, SCP is one thing I am looking at. I was really into SCP back in the day, which is why I adore Abiotic Factor. You know what's surprising, Elandria? I'm kind of shocked that they haven't made any big-budget SCP movies, or even low-budget SCP movies. Feels like there's like a treasure trove of lore, right? Like we got a Slender Man movie, and now we're getting a Backrooms movie, but still nothing based off the SCP Foundation, which is kind of shocking, right? Kind of surprised. Also, Purple, to what you were asking before, Sushi does indeed have a Discord server. Of course, obviously, you'd have to get the code and stuff from her, but she does have a server, to answer your question. Oh, you joined it? Okay, good. Yap for longer so I can add this hat to my Adrian's hats collection. You really want that hat, don't you, Augustine? Might have to do with copyright. Yeah, I mean, that could be it. I just kind of figured, hey, welcome in, Navajo Ghost. Thank you for the hydrate. Let me take a sip. I didn't see the water this time. Did I miss it? It's weird. It seems like it only works when it wants to. But yeah, Emerald, it probably does have something to do with copyright, but it's kind of weird because I've never heard any interest. Like, normally you'll see articles or something about, like, Hollywood producers reaching out or, like, at least looking at it. Because there was definitely that for Slenderman and Backrooms before we heard the confirmation. I've never seen anything about the SCP, Foundation stuff having any interest from Hollywood, which is kind of surprising, but maybe I missed it. Hell, we even have Ao-Oni movies. Oh yeah, we do, Sally. In fact, I don't even think I've seen those yet. I do want to see it. Ao-Oni is a crazy game. I should probably try to get hold of that and play it on stream. I remember playing Abiotic Factor with a bunch of friends on my birthday. Yeah, Landra has told me a lot about Abiotic Factor. Seems like it would be pretty fun. I think it's because SCP stuff in general is typically considered open license. Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't doubt that that does have a big part to play in it. Sorry, at work right now. I was just listening to Adrian. Yeah. But yes, my server's on my homepage. I'm not home and on until 8 p.m. Okay. Got it. I mean, it seems like Purple found it, though. So it all should be good. I did hear Control, the game was SCP inspired, but I haven't played it. Yeah, I want to play Control, but I'm hoping that they eventually port it over to the Switch too. Because I could technically play it on the PS4, but I heard that the PS4 version is kinda laggy and pushes the PS4 really hard. And I only have a base PS4. I don't have the Pro, and it's a launch model too, so it's not like it doesn't have any of the new internals from like the the updates that they did or the slim one, so I'd rather not put my PS4 through that. It already makes scary sounds when I play the RE4 remake on it. I watched a couple of SCP short indie films. They were actually very good. I wish I remembered their names. Yeah, I actually was kind of wondering if anyone had done that, Ozza, because it seems like that would be a really good resource, like a good thing to draw from for independent filmmakers. I actually was curious. You know, something else I'm surprised that they didn't make a movie out of? Jeff the Killer. And actually yesterday I was thinking about that, and I looked up Jeff the Killer, like, movies and stuff, and there are a couple of fan films. I watched one, and it was hilarious. It was quite funny. My PS4 Pro sounds like a plane taking off whenever anyone plays anything on it, especially Lego. Fortnite? Oh god. Okay, I've got them. SCP Overlord, Dollhouse, and SCP Black Murdia. Ooh, all on YouTube. Okay, I'll have to check that out. Thank you for the recommendations. Thank you for the head pats, Naka. Welcome in. My PS4 also sounds like a jet engine. Yeah. Yeah, that is something I despised about the PS4 even from the beginning. It's just so loud. Something I've been grateful for with both the original Switch and the Switch 2. It's so small, very compact, it's portable, and it's quiet. I love that. The PS4 was always very obnoxiously loud. So was the Xbox 360. But that's a whole different story. But anyway, Black Meridian. Okay, no worries. Thank you for the correction, though. I'm sure it would have still popped up with the right thing, even if I typed it in wrong. But yes, to finish off my yap about analog horror, and then we'll get to the tarot card poll and then the game. God, I guess one of these days we should just do a just chatting stream, right? But anyway, yeah, analog horror. I really do hope that analog horror has a renaissance, because it's such a great format, and I feel like it's been kind of, I don't want to say killed, but very close to killed by copycat syndrome and a very irritating lack of creativity from people. Whoa! Thank you. Thank you, Bolgay, for the subscription. Something is definitely acting up with Vignon, because I should have had money thrown at my head. But thank you for subscribing. I really appreciate that. For 5 months. Wow, thank you. Thank you so much. Welcome in. I hope you're doing well today, Bolgay. We've just been yapping. I think that's your new nickname, Bolgay. Also, you still didn't send the SWAT stuff. I can live with that. Has it already been almost a month? My god, yeah, you're right. Already. Yeah, it's crazy. We're already in April. Yeah, happy April Fool's Day to everybody, by the way. If you're in my Discord server, please navigate to the music channel and check out the song I put there. That is the ending theme of the horror movie April Fool's Day I was talking about on stream yesterday. You gotta listen to the song. It's a very short song, but it will change your life. It comes to mind every single time that there's a new April Fool's Day every year. I need to sit down and write up For Adrian, yeah, I mean, take your time, but I really am interested in hearing about your experience with the series. Because I have heard good things about it, and as somebody who sits here and yaps routinely about Resident Evil and the impact that it's had on my life and whatnot, I do like hearing those kinds of stories. So I am interested. To Adrian's dungeon he goes, public shaming commence. You know, you've talked about this dungeon a few times. I feel like I need to, at some point, commission some art of an actual dungeon. I probably should. But, yeah, at this point, at this rate, we'll never get through this point. So I'll just cap it off by saying analog horror has a lot of potential. A lot of potential, truly. And I feel like, that movie that came out, Skinamarink, is a good example of, how it could even navigate to, like, a full-length feature film. If you haven't seen it, I recommend it. But if you watch Skinamarink, do not go into it expecting a bombastic horror movie with jump scares every 5 seconds. And if you can, watch it completely in the dark and the scariest setting you can think of. It will get under your skin. It's a very different kind of horror. And I know a lot of people thought it was really slow, and they kind of have the whole Blair Witch accusations of nothing happens. That's not true, but it's not gonna be the kind of horror that people, most people are used to. If you want kind of a teaser, the creator of Skinamarink, the director and creator and whatnot, actually did a short film that's completely free and viewable on YouTube called Heck, and that was the inspiration for the movie Skinamarink. And it has kind of the analog horror vibe to it. And I do recommend it. But I do hope that that genre of horror is able to kind of have a renaissance, because it is great, and it does things that, traditional horror really can't do in terms of freaking you out and whatnot. But we need new minds in there, new blood for sure. New blood that can do something with it that is not inspired by, or at least not overtly inspired by Local 58 and the Mandela Catalog and the Walton Files and FNAF and all that stuff, because too much of analog horror these days is just those things reskinned. And having that as an inspiration is totally understandable, right? It's like a zombie film not inspired by Night of the Living Dead or Resident Evil or Dawn of the Dead, or 28 Weeks Later or whatever. All these landmark movies and such. But you still get more fresh takes from that kind of thing than you see in analog horror these days, unfortunately. Let me catch up on chat real quick. Every streamer needs a dungeon. Mine has a froggy chair. You mean like from Animal Crossing? Have you ever tried making a survival horror in RPG Maker? If I was able to make some games on it, I'm sure you can. I did try to play with RPG Maker a few years ago, but I only had the trial version. I feel like my best bet in being able to do that would probably either be RPG Maker or Dreams, which is the program I used on Valentine's Day to make the Valentines for you all. So, yeah. I would attempt it there, but it would take a lot of time, because unfortunately I don't have the free time to really learn how to make use of these engines, unfortunately. I wish that I had that that knowledge and that gift, but we'll see how it goes. Maybe I'll have the opportunity to practice a little bit more with it. Because I really would like what I'm working on to be a game. That is what I envision it as first and foremost, but, if it has to be like a book or something, then, it is what it is. It needs a TV and a PS4. Man, needs an analog horror based on the Truman Show? Ah, that would be really cool. That's actually a really good idea, Naka. That would be a really cool idea. Skinamarinky Dinky. Yeah, that is actually where the name came from. I'm sure you know, but yeah, you're not wrong about that, Bolgay. That is why the movie is called Skinamarink. It is based on that little kids song. I just got reminded of Harvester. Yeah, you had talked a little bit about that last stream. Okay, let me get to the tarot card, and then we'll get to Dino Crisis. My apologies for the yap. Like I said, one of these days maybe we'll just do a just chatting stream and just kind of hang out and talk. If we do that, I do want to have a better background. I've still got this thing, whatever you want to call it, behind me that I made, which is serviceable, but I would like an actual background. We'll see about that. Something that would be a little bit more thematically pleasing to what I have in mind. And, you know, something that would look really nice in the background while talking. How do you make backgrounds for VTubing? I don't know in terms of like how people make like the really professional like moving ones. I don't know what kind of files and stuff they use, especially because again, I'm a 3D VTuber. So I know that like there's different things people will do for the 2D backgrounds and stuff like that. But sometimes people will actually make them in 3D programs, or again, they'll make like moving art, right? Like they're drawings, but like they have looping animations in the back, like a sky with clouds moving in the background, or mist or something like that. This is just an image I made with some spider webs and the purple and black checkerboard background. Nothing too complex, clearly. I just wanted something that would be nice on the eyes, because I tend to watch a lot of streams and stuff when I am resting, you know, trying fruitlessly to get some sleep. And I don't know, I'm always kind of like I try to be conscious of that, because one thing I definitely don't like is when streamers have very, very bright interfaces that like punish you for watching at night. So I try to keep my colors very easy on the eyes and relaxing. I'm not sure if it works or not, but that is what I try to do. But yeah, alright. Pre-stream tarot card pull time. Today's card, I pulled it a while ago, but just did not speak on it, is the Hanged Man. Now, the Hanged Man in the upright position is probably going to be a little bit of an oppressive card here. Not because it's meant to be, but because it's not necessarily, I think, what most people are going to want to hear. Although I can see where it would resonate for some in a positive way off the bat, but you'll understand what I mean in a second. So basically, the Hanged Man is a card basically telling you you need to come to a complete stop, right? And whether you like it or not, you're about to kind of hit a wall. Things are going to come to a pause because there's a message that you need to receive. There's something that you need to hear. And whatever your aspirations are at the moment, be they creatively, professionally, whatever, that's all about to come to a halt. And that's usually not what you want to hear, right? We all want some kind of forward momentum. This card is kind of telling you everything's about to hit a pause. And this card is kind of giving you fair warning, giving you an opportunity to take that pause yourself, because whether you like it or not, it's going to happen. Something will prevent you from moving forward with whatever it is that you are endeavoring to do. And the purpose of this pause is to get you to stop, take a look at the full picture, and make an informed decision about a better way to move forward, right? If you are, for instance, you know, working really hard on trying to, like, get ahead of your work, right? Maybe you're trying to go for a promotion or something. This is telling you you're either going to get a lot of work thrown at you that's going to freeze you in place, or you might get injured, have to take time off of work, or maybe they're going to cut your hours or something like that. Whatever it is you're trying to do, you're going to hit a wall. Which is funny because right now this is actually pretty applicable to me, because I'm not actually sure if I'm going to be able to stream tomorrow or Friday. I'm gonna try at least tomorrow, but I'm pretty sure Friday is going to be off the table entirely because there's an absurd amount of things going on that is completely out of my control, and it's a little frustrating, but you know, it is what it is. And so one element of this card is basically asking you to kind of go with the flow. Don't fight it. Fighting it is only going to make it worse. That is one thing about this card. If you are trying to accomplish something and, you know, you see the brakes being pumped on you, let the car stop. If you try to go through it, it's not really going to end well for you. It's not like a confirmation of disaster or something, but basically life wants you to come to a pause right now, and it's going to get you there whether you like it or not, however it needs to. So don't push it, right? Go with the flow. Let everything come to a stop. Take a look at the situation, evaluate why, because you will find an answer, right? You will find an answer. And what you do with that information will be up to you. But as always, these messages are intended to help us, not harm us. If life is putting a pause on your endeavors, there is a really good reason for why it is doing so. So you want to listen to the message, try to keep your eyes and your intuition peeled, and evaluate why exactly, like, what is life trying to tell you that is so important that it has to completely bring you to a halt like this, right? Alternatively, this card could also be that you feel like you're stuck, right? You may not actually be in a state of pause, but you feel that way. Again, if we use the job as an example, maybe you have been trying to work for that promotion and you feel like you're in a holding pattern, you're not making progress, right? You're just kind of running in place. This is also, like, regardless of whether you're actually going to be coming to a stop or you feel like you're frozen in place, the solution remains the same. Go with the flow. Evaluate your feelings, listen to your intuition, and take a look at the full picture before you try to move forward. Don't force it. Because whether you are, you know, literally stuck in place or you just feel like you are, there is a message here that you're supposed to be looking out for. So do some soul searching, try to look at the whole situation, and use this pause as an opportunity to evaluate your situation. Like I'll say for me, if I can't stream, then I'm going to try to carve out some time to work on more YouTube videos. I've fallen behind on that, as you can tell. I haven't had a new video since the Staircore one that I did. And that actually did somewhat decently for me. I think it got like 101 views, which is nothing in the grand scheme of things, but for, you know, a nobody streamer, that's actually pretty good. So I should have followed up on that sooner, but I've been more focused on streaming. And of course, you know, my real life situations and such going on. So maybe a break is a good idea so I can work on more videos. And that's how you should be looking at it. That is the kind of views on this kind of thing you want to have, right? But anyway, that's our pre-stream tarot card pull. Let me catch up on chat a little bit. The cards are telling me to stop playing Final Fantasy XIV and do art. Never mind, the cards are telling me to continue playing Final Fantasy XIV. Rejoice. It's kind of funny to me how Final Fantasy XIV, in my opinion, is kind of overthrown World of Warcraft as the definitive MMORPG I see everybody playing and talking about, which is something I never thought I would see back in the day. Just goes to show you that nothing stays on top forever. Yeah, card makes sense. I see it resonates with you, huh? Has it? I mean, maybe I'm a little presumptuous in saying so, but I see way more people talking about Final Fantasy XIV now. I never see anyone talk about World of Warcraft unless they're complaining about something with it. Almost everyone that plays video games that I have talked to either plays Final Fantasy XIV or wants to play Final Fantasy XIV in some capacity. But I have never, like, I've not seen anybody talk about World of Warcraft in forever. Actually, Elandria might be the only one I've seen talk about World of Warcraft. But that's just my anecdotal experience, to be fair. And WoW is more expensive. Yeah. Yeah, I can imagine. I've heard Final Fantasy XIV is pretty generous with the trial if you're a new player. But I actually don't know because I never got into it. I know there was an instance where quite a lot of WoW players transitioned to Final Fantasy XIV. Yeah, I remember reading that as well. The cards are telling me that I'm definitely going to be out of commission soon and I better plan for it. I hope that's not the case, but it's good that you're interpreting it that way, Elandria, because that's the kind of thing that the Hangman is going to want you to, like, ponder, right? Get the message now, take your time to sit and think about how you're going to deal with that sort of thing. Before the wall hits you in the face and then you're having to figure it out, you know, in the thick of it, you know? So if you kind of get that mindset into your head now, you can better plan for it. So, again, I do hope that's not the case, but if it does turn out to be the case, it's good that you're at least looking at it from that perspective early and starting to try and work on it. You missed the tarot reading. Oh no, I'm so sorry, Emerald. The card, I can give you a brief summary. I don't think anybody... If everybody is still here while I've been yapping for as long as I have been, I don't think they're going anywhere. And anybody that ran away screaming is, they're gone. They're long gone by now. So we're good. Let me check out the chat real quick and then I'll give you a quick summary of it. Former WoW player here. My old WoW friends tried to get me to play Final Fantasy. Yeah, you see what I mean? Yeah, everybody's playing Final Fantasy XIV now. The trial is very generous. Hours and hours of content. The main downside is that you can't send private messages or friend requests. That's very weird, but I guess I get that they need to hamstring it in some way. So as not to be, I guess, too generous, and I guess the easy way around that is just referring yourself to like Discord and such. But it would probably be a lot more convenient for people to just, you know, contact each other through the game. But it is pretty cool that they're pretty generous with the free trial. Adrian, I beg like 5 more minutes of yap. I've almost acquired that. You know, Augustine, what would be really screwed up is if you take the hat and someone immediately puts it back on. You might want to think about banking some of those points. You don't have to. I don't want to bother. You're not bothering. Emerald, I told you, you're never a bother. It's fine. Or I take it. Oh my god. Well, Augustine, somebody beat you to taking this hat. You'll have to steal the next one. Infinite reloading hat like Reaper shotguns. I'm keeping a tally of how many Adrian's hats I get. Well, it looks like, well, there's my hat again. Oh, cool. Free out of jail Monopoly card. Oh my god. You know, I've been thinking about the idea we talked about a couple of streams ago about a community night. There is this website that has free board games and stuff that you can play. It's all browser-based and such. And Monopoly's one of them. It would be pretty fun to do a community Monopoly night. But yes, Emerald, the card today was the Hanged Man. And essentially, it can be broken down into a couple of messages, which is, you're going to hit a wall, right? Life is going to put a pause on whatever you're trying to do, whether that's creative endeavors or your, what do you call it? Oh, wait, hold on. Let me read this from Sally. I'm going to have to go to bed. I'm deadly tired and I've had a hard day. I'll be seeing you next time, okay? Yeah, no worries, Sally. Thank you for dropping by. I'm sorry I was talking so much and didn't get to the game, but the VOD will be up after if you're really curious about how I fare with Dino Crisis. But yeah, please get rest. That's more important, and I'm sorry you had a hard day. Hopefully you get some rest and tomorrow is better for you, okay? I really appreciate you, and I'm always glad that you're here. No worries, I'm here for you regardless of the game. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Get some rest. You earned it. I can't be trusted in Monopoly. Yeah, I know, Alandria. Believe me, I know. But yes, the Hanged Man was a card, Emerald, and essentially you're gonna hit a wall. Life is gonna put a pause on your endeavors, and so this card is somewhat of a warning, right? Before you end up at that position, this is your cue to kind of prepare for it in advance, to stop whatever it is you're doing and try to hear the message that life is trying to tell you, right? There's a reason why your endeavors are being paused. So whether it's creative or financial, you know, professional, whatever. Whatever it is that you're currently working on is going to come to a standstill. And you can pause it yourself right now, or life is basically going to do it for you. So if you try to kind of push through this, it's probably not going to end well, in the sense that life is going to do whatever it takes to put a freeze on whatever you're doing. So this is kind of like a signpost for you to take a step back and try to understand why, right? Do some soul searching, listen to yourself, you know, your instincts, your intuition, and try to see if you can hear the message that life is trying to share with you. Because as always, this is not meant to be a negative thing, even if it may manifest in a negative way, in the sense of whatever puts a hold on your life, right? Like, for instance, you might fall down and break your leg and end up having to go to the hospital, and it's like, this is, you know, this really fucking sucks. Only to then go to the hospital and then find out that while they were testing you or whatever, you know, they found something else that could have been much worse that they caught really early, just because, right? Doesn't have to be that drastic, but essentially there's always a reason behind why life is going to put a hold on your endeavors. There's something that you need to hear, something that you need to understand. So try to listen out and don't force it, right? Alternatively, this may not happen to you, but the other meaning for this card in the upright position is that you may be feeling like you've hit a wall and like you're at a standstill. Could be completely self-induced, right? Like, for instance, you might have a form of like writer's block, like you can't progress and you don't know why this is happening, right? But either way, whether it's perceived as a wall or there is an actual wall that is stopping you from moving forward with whatever it is that you're doing, the message is the same. Go with the flow. Don't fight it. Just try to soul search. Listen to yourself. Listen to your intuition. And try to hear the message that is being shared with you. Because once you do, there will be an important lesson to take from it. And you will find that the floodgates will reopen and you will get back on track. But there's something that you need to hear. And you'll be better off for having, you know, gone with the flow instead of trying to swim against the tides and not listening until you're thrown up over a rock, essentially, thrashed around by the water, and now you get the message, and, you know, you could have just gone with it as opposed to gotten all twisted and turned around. You know what I mean? And you're very welcome. But yes, that's our pre-stream tarot card pull. We're going to go ahead and transition over to Dino Crisis now. Once again, I do apologize for all of the yapping. Finally enough for the hat, and it's out of stock. It might be on cooldown. I don't think I put a stream limit on it. I think it has a cooldown, though. I'm not sure. Maybe I did put a hard limit on it. I'm not entirely sure. Alright, here we are. 23-minute cooldown right now? Okay, there you go. Yeah, you'll get your chance, Augustine. If life closes a door on you, get a sledgehammer and break that door. Yeah, there will always be another one that opens up. Or makes itself apparent to you to break down, like you're saying. Some doors don't want to open for us, and so we have to pry our way in. How dare the professional yapper be good at yapping. My steak is too juicy, my lobster is too buttery. That's actually funny because I don't even consider myself a good yapper. I do feel like I've been yapping more than usual lately. Man, I want some lobster right now. Oh god, yeah. Also, please by all means, let me know if things are getting kind of dicey. That entire time that we haven't been doing anything but talking, OBS has been up and down with the frames. I've gone from green to yellow to red, back to green to yellow. It's all over the place. So hopefully the stuff I have in place will prevent it from going off the deep end, but if you've been here for any number of time, you know that my struggles with OBS are well chronicled. So, yeah. Alright, let's load the last slot, which was this one right here. You seem like a great yapper, and you always seem to have a lot of passion for stuff you talk about. To be honest, that's probably because, I don't really talk a whole lot, much in my life. That's actually why when I stream like this, I, wear out my voice pretty quickly, because I usually don't talk a whole lot, and I'm really not much of one for small talk. So when I do talk, it's usually about something that is, something that I really care about, or I get invested in, you know, the things other people talk about, and, I talk back and forth with them or whatever for a while. But, general small talk, I'm definitely not, not very good at. Thank you for the head pats, Emerald. It's the best, thank you. Miscellaneous documents in a computer. Nothing useful. Alright, there's a whole lot of stuff going on here, so give me a minute to, get my bearings. We left off and there was like 17 different puzzles that were all on standby. So, yeah. Are there any crustaceans you're allowed to eat, Sushi? Small talk is hard? Yes, it is. I guess maybe it's not that hard if you're really extroverted and like, you know, I don't know, if you're like a real people person, maybe it's not that hard, but I don't know, for me, I feel like I struggle more with small talk, not because I can't do it, but because, I don't know, I'm just not really one for shallow conversation. Like, if I'm gonna talk with you, I'd rather, like, I'd rather talk about like deep stuff. It doesn't have to necessarily be like private things, but like even if we're just talking about our passion for a TV show or a video game or an anime or a hobby, you know, whatever it is. I find that kind of stuff really interesting. Even if it's not something I'm particularly interested in or that I do myself, if you're really passionate about it, that gets me into it, and I can talk to you all day about it. You know what I mean? But just typical like gossipy bullshit or like just general shallow stuff is not for me. Though I do feel like weather talk is somewhat underrated. I know it's kind of like the basic example of the most shallow small talk that people kind of diss. But it is a pretty good way to kind of lean into a conversation. Or maybe it's just because in recent years the weather has been kind of weird. So it is pretty easy to get invested in talking with somebody about that as a lead into other stuff. I like yapping about music the most. Hey, welcome in. Thank you for the first time chat, Audie. I appreciate that. Yeah, I love talking with people about music. I actually have been known to yap a lot about lyrical analysis. I do write poetry, and I just absolutely adore analyzing lyrics. I have sent people quite a few long-winded multi-paragraph analysis of lyrics before. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome to the Cursed Ones. Let me catch up on chat a little bit. I missed some stuff. I'm actually not supposed to eat anything in the deep sea, apparently. They say it's not for us. Oh, wow. I'm an extrovert. I'm not a people person. Small talk gets boring very fast, and people who only do small talk tend to be bland to be around. Oh, yeah. Definitely. I've met quite a few people whose only personality trait is basically just, oh my god. Thank you, Bolgay, for the gift sub. Did everybody hear the money sound effect this time? I'm curious to see if it actually worked. I did put a audio channel this time. You did? Okay, great. Thank you, Emerald. You're actually the reason why that worked. I took your advice and added the audio channel on OBS for it. So thank you for that. I'm glad it works now. But yeah, I do feel like a lot of people, they don't really have much to talk about beyond Netflix and their pet. And the funny thing about that is in both cases, people don't really get into the interesting things about that. Like, I don't care if you want to talk about Netflix. Tell me what you saw last night, right? And like, they'll say, sure, you know, this is what I watched. And it's like, okay, well, what did you think about that? And it's like, well, it was good, or I didn't like it. Okay, tell me why you liked it, or tell me why you didn't like it. And they can't follow through on either thing. Or if you're talking about your pet, okay, tell me about your pet. Oh, I love them. Well, that's great. How long have you had them? Tell me about your pet. And they don't really have anything to say. I feel like that's the majority of people I meet. Just know nothing to really dive into beyond that, and they don't seem particularly in a rush to change that, which is fine. I'm not saying anybody has to, you know, be yourself above all else, but that definitely is like for like small talk. That's usually how it tends to go for me, but then they kind of want to keep going at that pace. Like they seem disinterested in going any deeper than that, but they want to keep talking, and it's all about surface level stuff like that with no desire to extrapolate upon that stuff. It's very interesting, and I could just be bad at, you know, communication, but that is definitely not for me. I also have a hard time with small talk. I end up asking how people's ankles are, or talk about the paranormal and cannibals. Talking about the paranormal and cannibals is always a good conversational subject, Sushi. You're fine the way you are. The good people need to hear the satisfying cha-ching too. Yeah. Yeah, I'm glad everybody can hear that now. I stole my cat from an elderly woman. Now that's an icebreaker, Alandria. Yeah, I ended up being a little too long-winded when it comes to stuff like that. I can't do surface level conversation. Yeah. Yeah, same here, Ari. That's a positive in my book. Because again, I like hearing people talk about things that they care about. It's just nice to see passion about stuff, right? Oh god, not that. That's the worst genre of boring conversation. Yeah. Conversation is hard. I'm gonna ask the next person I meet how their ankles are. Yeah, I do agree, Augustine. I feel like that is, I dread that every time that, I'm introduced to somebody. And then it's like, that's all they have to talk about. It's just those two subjects, and it always does seem to be those two subjects. It's very rare when I meet someone and the first thing out of their mouth is not about something they saw on Netflix or their pet. And again, both in very surface level ways that tell me nothing about their experiences with either of those things. And then alternatively, you have the people who are on the opposite end of the spectrum and they give you way too many details about their lives that you didn't want to know about. Which is a whole separate issue in and of itself. Looks like a plan sheet for the generator. Okay. I don't think I read this last time, so let's take a look at this file. A notice to the staff from Dr. Kirk. Will you read the file? Yes. Real homies ask how their ankles are, dude. Sorry, I was explaining liminal spaces to my dad. Were you here when I was talking about the liminal spaces before, Bulgay? Because if not, that's a hell of a coincidence. I hope your dad is doing well, by the way, Bulgay. Yes, Papa Bulgay. Low-key, I'd rather get the crazy detail than the blandness. See, I would agree with that to a degree, because at least you have an interesting story to tell, you know, after dealing with the craziness. But at the same time, maybe it's only me who's had this experience, but, well, it's definitely not only me, you know what I mean. Maybe it's a rare experience, I'll say. But whenever I do meet the crazies that do, like, delve into a whole lot of stuff that you don't want to know, they mistake your listening to them, and a lot of times for me it's more because I'm trapped there and I can't get away from them rather than any actual desire to listen to them talk about these things that are nobody's business, quite frankly. They mistake that for you being interested, and they don't really care about you. You're just... I found a lot of people, and I don't mean this in a negative way, right? I don't mean this in a negative way. Because I do feel everyone can benefit from therapy, right? Therapy is a good thing. But I feel there's a lot of people who need therapy that don't get it either because they can't, or they more often than not look down upon therapy because they think it makes people weak, right? Or they mistake it for, oh, I'm not crazy, even though that's not the case, but you'd be surprised how many times you hear that. And their way of exercising these things from their mind that would be better off said to a therapist in comfort and private, you know, a professional, is either trapping and isolating a customer service worker and screaming at them or bullying them so they can let off steam, right? Or somebody else who's trapped in their household, a kid, a spouse, you know, your significant other, a roommate, somebody who can't get away from you. right? Or, uh, or alternatively, they find somebody in their life, a friend, an acquaintance, again, a significant other, or a random person on the street, to vent their every thought to, but they don't care about you. They don't give a single damn about you, and they don't want to hear anything about your life or what you have to say. You are essentially a wall they can talk to without feeling crazy. Because you have eyes and ears. But they don't want anything coming out of your mouth. They just want you to stand there and listen to them vent about their lives. And it makes them feel better because they can say it, but they don't want to feel crazy by talking to a wall or, heaven forbid, a therapist, because again, that is a bad thing, apparently. Right? Adrian casually listing every person I know in my life. Emerald, you and I are in the same boat. That is nearly every person I have ever met. It's nearly every person I have ever met my entire life. Literally story of my life. So you are not alone there. Let me catch up on chat a little bit. He's doing good. We're making dinner. Aw, that's cute. He says hi back. I feel special now. I'd love some therapy. Yeah, everybody should have the ability to have access to mental health care. It's important. It really is. Even if you think you're okay. Even if you are okay. Being able to talk about how you feel is an important thing. You know, ideally you have a good support network in your life, but not many of us do. That's one reason why I advocate for tarot. Because again, like I said, even if you don't believe in astrology or you think it's all bullshit, that's fine. I'm not even mad at you. But it inspires you to talk about your problems when you ask a question. You know, you have to think about what's going on in your head. Most people just bury everything deep down. Right? And we hold on to stuff that we shouldn't. And a lot of that builds up in your subconscious. And it manifests as anxiety, panic, you know, nightmares, poor health. It eats away at you. All kinds of things. And it builds up and it builds up until it comes out in unhealthy ways. Tarot's not going to be a cure to that, obviously, but like, it is a fun way to at least do some soul searching and think about the things that are ailing you or things that are making you anxious that you'd like answers to or whatever. And maybe you're not going to get an answer you like. Maybe you're not going to get an answer you believe. Maybe you'll get one that that feels like it's incorrect to you. The benefit you get from it in the end is that you actually sat there to think about yourself and to talk about your feelings or your worries or your aspirations. You're having to engage with yourself, and that's something that many of us don't do because either one, we're too busy trying to pretend we're okay when we're not, or two, we simply don't have time because people are living paycheck to paycheck, or they're inundated with schoolwork, or they have too much obligations, you know, too many obligations in their lives to actually stop and think, to breathe, you know? How many of us sit here and talk about how we barely sleep or we don't eat properly? Like, we're not the only ones in the world, you know what I mean? So, yeah, having things that you can use as a way of expressing yourself if you don't have access to mental health care because you can't afford it, because, you know, the good old USA, yeah, it's important to have an outlet. Tarot's one, but it's not the only one that offers that kind of, what would you say, relief, I suppose. I've seen that so much. At that point, I'm just grateful for the red flag to be there immediately rather than later when I'm invested. Yeah, exactly, Augustine. Yeah, those kinds of things at some point, like, at first when you deal with it, it's like, it upsets you so much, right? It pisses you off, or it makes you feel exhausted. But the more you encounter it, the more you're grateful for a giant sign to go in the opposite direction of that person or people. A bond between a person and a surprise unwanted animal is the most important thing ever. Yeah, a lot of people will definitely swear by that. I know I've talked about how, my unfortunate experience with like pets and such. Um, but I do think it is important for a lot of people. I will just say that people need to make sure that if you do get a pet, especially for that reason, that you are actually going to be invested because it's a symbiotic relationship. They become dependent on you and you do need to take care of them properly. And like, for example, during COVID, a lot of people were getting pets because they were lonely. And then as soon as things were, quote unquote over, because I mean, let's face it, truthfully, it's not over yet, right? It's still technically not over, but people just stopped caring. And thankfully there's effective treatments now for COVID. But when it was at its worst, people were lonely and they couldn't handle having to stay home and, not being able to be with their friends and such, so they adopted pets. And then as soon as they felt it was over, a lot of people abandoned a lot of animals. And if shelters wouldn't take them, they just dropped them off on the side of the road. There's a lot of articles about that phenomenon, and it's really sad. And screwed up for, many reasons. So, yeah, I do agree, but I definitely do feel and hope that most people that go that direction with adopting a pet do take the opportunity to really think it through first, because it's not something you can just give up on. I mean, I guess you can, but to be crass, it makes you a dickhead, right? So yeah, don't do that to another living being, you know what I mean? Not a person or an animal. So I should make sure to never meet y'all so that I don't become part of that. What do you mean? What do you mean, Paul Gay? Definitely. Even if you have a good friend, you also don't want to burn them out. Yeah. No, I understand what you mean. Like, there's that whole thing where you feel like, you're too much. But that's the thing. If you do have a good friend, you're never too much. You know what I mean? That's why you also... It should be an equal relationship. You're willing to listen and be there for the other person, and they're willing to listen and be there for you. Too many times, I think people have people that they call friend, and they're not really a friend. They're somebody that's there when times are good, but when times are rough, they don't want to listen. And they can't be there or whatever. We can't be there for each other all of the time, but just the thought that, the knowledge that somebody actually genuinely does care is more healing than being able to wave a magic wand and fix that person's problems, you know what I mean? Marinating on how you're feeling with someone willing to listen is a fantastic experience. Exactly. Yeah. Because our time is limited on planet Earth. So when you have somebody that is willing to part with their free time and such, to spend it with you and listen to you, and it's not a burden to them or whatever, that's it means a lot, at least to some of us. I like recommending people to try journaling. It helped me a lot for reflection and sorting my thoughts. Yes, absolutely an advocate for journaling. It's great because sometimes, like for me, when I write, there's kind of like a old adage that, like, write something and then shove it in a drawer and don't look at it for 2 days and come back to it, right? And you might think that that piece of fiction that you wrote is the greatest thing ever, or sometimes you're like, what was wrong with me? Like, this sucks, right? When you're journaling, the same thing can kind of happen. Like, sometimes you write something, you just write how you feel, doesn't have to be elegant, you put it away, and then you come back to the entry a little bit later. Sometimes you realize maybe you've been hurting a lot more than you realized initially, and it makes you show up for yourself a lot better, you know what I mean? And other times you realize I was being kind of ridiculous, right? It's a good way to self-reflect and vent some of those feelings in a safe way that is for your eyes only, so that you don't have to, sometimes even if you do have a good support system, there are some things that you're only really comfortable sharing with yourself. And that's a good way to do it, with the benefit of being able to look back on it, you know? Good old USA, even for medical care in general. Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot I could say about that. I won't, but just know that I'm thinking it. Thinking it real hard. Bills are great. Yeah, great. I got burned on that. Ex-wife read my journal and got angry with what I wrote down, so I stopped. I still agree that journaling is a great idea, though. I'm sorry that your privacy was violated like that, Bolgay. That should not have been the case. But I'm not really surprised with the things you've mentioned about that person before. I will just say that, you know, it's not for me to say, right? Don't listen to me of all people. I'll just say that, I hope you don't let that bad experience, permanently remove you from the joy of journaling, right? Because, someone who thinks the earth is as flat as a paper in that journal really shouldn't have a bearing on anything you feel about yourself. That is my my diss for the day. You don't adopt a pet, the pet adopts you. So I've heard. So I have heard. And that's why I'll never own a parrot. I was saying I didn't want to be added to that list of people as well. I definitely hang out with you all, honestly. I mean, I'm doing it now. Yeah, definitely. Yes, and we're always happy to have you here, Bolgay. You're a joy to be around. There are journals that are, that you can lock and stuff like that. Probably best to invest in one of those. I like journaling like I'm in Nosferatu. My melancholy has returned. Adrian, I get the feeling that we'd be sharing those thoughts. Yeah. More than likely. More than likely. I'll be alright, Adrian. Just a lot to work through, but I'll be here regardless. Well, I believe in you. I think you're already doing a great job. Even just talking about it the way you do is a good thing, in my opinion. You know, a lot of people would rather just kind of sit around and pretend like they're not hurting or everything is perfect. Being able to speak about it at all, and the fact that you do talk about it with other people who care for you, is a significantly positive thing. So I know you're going to be okay, because you're already putting in the work. That's very visible. So I believe in you. Oh yeah, I'm playing a game, aren't I? Notice, preparing the stabilizer and the initializer. Make sure these two devices are ready in time for the experiment. Oh my god, they keep beating me over the head with this whole initializer and freaking stabilizer thing. Like, to be honest, it feels like, if I don't do this in the right order, with how many times they keep bringing it up, it feels like I'm gonna, like, accidentally create a nuclear bomb or something. This is like the 10th note already about this thing. Each of these two devices consists of the following three parts. Core parts. Protect Part A, Protect Part B. This means 6 parts are needed in all. These parts are separately stored in the experiment room, the design room, and the parts storage room. Once you've acquired all 6 parts, of course there's 6 of them, you can assemble them in the experiment room. The weightless manipulator must be operated by staff of level A class, which is fine because I got the level A key card now, so I can probably find this room. But now I need to find 6 parts and then assemble them. Because why not? Crazy how you said you weren't a great yapper and then you proceeded to yap very engagingly for another like 20 minutes. I don't know. I think I just look at other streamers that I feel are way better at yapping. To be honest. There was another note, I think, in this room over here. Thank you for the head pats, Naka. Thank you for the sticky note. And also, thank you for the hydrate, Emerald. You're probably right, I should take a sip after as much talking as I was doing. How about some water, not to delay the game further? No, you're absolutely right, because it'll start catching up with me. Someone else being better doesn't mean you're not great, mister. Thank you. And there you go. The hat is yours. You earned it. You were patient, you waited, and now it's yours. Hey, welcome in, Spooky Auntie. How are you doing tonight? I saw you were on yesterday. I actually was lurking for a little bit in your stream. And I didn't get to talk because I had a lot going on, so I was kind of listening to you for a bit. Saw you had like a hype train and everything. I was happy for you. Looked like you were having a lot of fun. You were playing different demos, right? At least that's what it looked like. I had to watch with the audio off for a little bit. But it looked like you were having a good time. Yeah, of course. I think I lurk in more people's streams than they realize. I probably don't comment more than I actually do. To be honest. Thank you for the lurk, Navajo Ghost. And yes, Sushi is here too. Yeah, I played some little indie games. They were fun. They looked fun. Some of the ones that I did see you playing, they looked like a good time. Congrats on hat ownership, yeah. Oh, and thank you for the stretch, Landria. Let me do that real quick. I just noticed that. Hey, welcome in, Simon. Hold on. Wait a minute. Let me give you a shout out. Yes, everybody, this is Simon Novak. Thank you for the lurk. He is absolutely one of my favorite streamers. And the king has returned. He was on a little hiatus, but he's back. Everybody, give Simon Novak a follow, please. Absolutely one of the goats on here. Hands down. Of course, Simon. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to your map making streams. Wait, shit, I need to be lurking. Thank you for the lurk. Let me get that stretch in. Yeah, I'm playing more Dino Crisis. Hoping this is going to be the finale of the game, but I did so much yapping that I'm not really sure. Oh my god. Thank you again for the sub, for the gift sub, Bolgay. I went to follow and realized I'm already following. Yeah, I think yeah, I've given Simon a few shoutouts now. But thank you all. That actually makes me really happy to hear that you're following him. He more than deserves it. Thank you guys for being so cool and supporting some of my favorite streamers. That really does mean a lot. Energy drink VTuber, I remember now. Yeah, he has the Simonide. Actually, made that during the Valentine's Day stream when I was making the, oh my god, thank you again for the gifts, Bolgay, thank you. When I was doing the Valentine's Day dream stream, and I was making the, dioramas for different people, yeah, I made a replica of a Simonide. To the best of my ability, anyway. I'm not a good 3D modeler, but, yeah. How are you finding Dino Crisis? I like it. I do, but it is not what I expected. I was expecting more of a straightforward Resident Evil with dinosaurs, and it is like... This game feels like a Glass Onion, if you've seen the movie Glass Onion from the Knives Out series. It just, every time there's a puzzle, there's like 15 different puzzles inside that puzzle. And there's a lot more puzzles in this game than I think I've ever experienced in any Resident Evil game, to be honest. It's kind of surprising. A part of an old document. It has Dr. Kirk's signature on it. Will you read the document? Yes. More puzzles per puzzle. Yeah. Absolutely. And also, too many dinosaurs. Too many dinosaurs per room. And they respawn sometimes too. And they can open doors. Which is insane to me. Hey Chu, welcome in. How are you doing? I saw you were streaming before. What were you playing? Were you playing Fortnite or were you playing Arc Raiders? And check it out, Spooky Auntie is here, Sushi's here. Both? Were you hitting your MLG pro level skills with the with Fortnite? Because I saw you playing the other day. You were playing build mode and you were doing really good. No? Yeah, sure. You always say that and then you're carrying your team. I have my doubts about that. Thank you for the lurk, Augustine. Sorry, Adrian, what do you mean? Why are you apologizing, Bulgay? Oh my god. Bulgay, thank you for the gift sub. Bulgay, you are... Thank you so much. Seriously, I appreciate you so much. Thank you for the support. It really does mean a lot more than you know. Yes, everybody that got a gift sub, please thank Lost Bulgay. He is cool as hell. And a very, very big supporter. Yeah, you are. Third Energy as the Final Weapon by Edward Kirk. If the third energy reaction exceeds a critical point, it evokes the overload phenomenon. When this happens, we can't control it. The huge amount of energy creates chain reactions and begins to disintegrate the surrounding air. The ensuing explosion will vaporize anything in the near vicinity. If we could control the area where the overload occurs, the third energy will literally become the ultimate weapon. I told you. It sounds like it's kind of like a bomb waiting to happen. Bulgay is spoiling tonight. Thank you for keeping my favorite streamer in business. You should have better taste in streamers, but thank you, Elandria. Bulgay stealing my job. The power of the weapon depends on how much energy we can restrain before the explosion occurs. In other words, the capability of the stabilizer is the key to everything. The third energy was supposed to be the project of the development policy, create the basic power source for the permanently stationed weapon. If we change the... Oh my god. Spooky Auntie, thank you so much for the 100 bits. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you all for your support. And thank you. Oh my god, we have a hype train going. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, all of you. Self-deprecation. Don't call it out, Emerald, please. Shh. Maybe no one will notice if, you know, we don't call attention to it. If we change the policy of the project here and now, this government will be able to obtain the most deadly destructive device in the world. Hold on. I want to do something real quick. Okay, I think I got it. Did it work? Yes, it did. Yes, please, everybody give Spooky Auntie a follow as well, if you're not already following. Once again, if you enjoy horror, and again, if you're here listening to me yap about it, I'm sure you do, then you cannot go wrong following Spooky Auntie. So please, please do give her a follow. However, our current budget is completely out of the question. You'll find my estimate of the budget in the next chapter. Please review and consider. I don't want to imagine how expensive that would be. I noticed. Better be nice to yourself, Adrian. Thank you, Sushi. I will. Okay, map. We are going up there, right? So it should be the door at the end of the hall. This one right here. Thank you for the head pat, Sushi. Of course, right off the bat, there's a dinosaur, and of course it is facing the door. Why could it not be? I also noticed because I too am a self-deprecation master. Thank you for the redeem, Sushi. Here's the thing, right? I'm gonna let you all in on a little secret. I'm allowed to self-deprecate, but none of you. It's that simple. That's it. Alright, this dinosaur is gonna be a problem, potentially. I don't have... Poison Dart kills in a single shot. I thought that okay, I thought it did damage over time, but I guess not. Rules for thee, but not for me. It's not how this works. Alright, I'm just gonna try my best to get past this guy. Run for it, run for it. Okay, we made it out. Do you see what I mean? How did he open that door? Please, chat, explain that to me. I don't get how they make such quick and easy work of these freaking doors. And they're not even like genetically modified dinosaurs. Please do not get this confused. They literally got time warped into this place. I wasn't aware that dinosaurs knew how to work doors. He used his hand to open it. Have you seen the length of those arms? How? Clever girl. A little too clever. I gotta get past it. Run up the stairs in the next room. Well, actually, there's technically 2 paths I can take to get to where I need to go next. But first we need to get out of this room, so let's, Oh my god. Alright, he wasn't a fan of the whole waiting thing. Alright, I need to keep going on the pathway to that one room that's flashing red on the map. This should be a viable path. Right? Yeah, should be a straight shot. Right through here, I think. Also, I'm bleeding. Which is not good because it damages you over time and it attracts the dinosaurs to you a lot easier. I can hear one in the distance. He just knocked himself out. He hurt me, but he knocked himself out. That is not the first time that that has happened. And while I'm grateful for it, it is, ridiculous every single time. Alright, let me use a med pack. I'm still dripping blood everywhere. Do I have a, hemostat? No, I do not. Alright, where's the exit to this room? If I came in from the L-shaped hallway... I actually don't know. Is this the right way? Guess we'll find out. Alright, where am I now? The safe room, no. So I went... I see. Okay. Let's head back out. I will drop a quick save. We're almost there. I'm really hoping that the T-Rex did not find a way to make its way up here. I don't see how it would, but I also would not put it past it since apparently it used an elevator in the last stream. So, I'm kind of not doubting anymore. Alright, is this the right way? Yes. Okay, so if we just entered from there, it should be to the left. But I'm gonna go over here because I think there should be... yeah, these right here. Resuscitation. Unfortunately, I don't have a use for that right now. And I cleaned out all the ammo in this box, so... he's gonna smell the blood very quickly. What the hell is he doing? I'm not gonna ask how the one behind him sniffed me out, but that one didn't. I'm just gonna be grateful that it happened. Alright, this should be the room. Yes, here we are. Alright, can I open this now? Operate the panel. Well, I can, but I do not have the passcode to that. This is the right area. What do they want me to do in here? Shelves used to store the assembled prototype parts. This device assembles the parts of the generator in the necessary weightless environment it appears, and the critical parts of the generator can be assembled here. Alright, so this is a room where we're going to put everything together when we find it. It's used to make adjustments for the machines that handle the parts assembly. There's something in here. The planning disc is required to open this case. Do I not have that? I just want to pick that up. Yes. There we are. You got the Protect P2B, a critical part to the initializer. It protects the core parts from shock. Speaking of 2B, did anybody in the chat ever see the Nier Automata anime? Because I never got to see that. I loved the game, but I never saw the anime. And I do wonder if it was any good. I didn't even know there was an anime. Yeah, kind of came and went. I don't even know if people enjoyed it or not. Alright, so we do have that, but I'm assuming we have a lot more to pick up before we can do anything with it. But I don't see... You know what, let's take a walk around. There was a couple of other doors that were locked with a level A keycard. And I'm assuming we're not going to be able to do much of anything till we have the other parts to assemble, but it doesn't seem like they're going to be kind enough to give us a heads up as to where the other ones are. So we should probably start with the doors we couldn't access before. They waited. They waited. They can stay behind those lasers for now. I'm not in the mood for that. Alright, where is... Facility B3, I wonder if... I do wonder if the other level A doors were there. Can't remember. This is a level C door, but... Alright, we have the planning disc, right? Let's try this console here. Okay, chat. This is what I mean when I say there's a puzzle behind everything. So I needed the planning disc to use this console. I don't even remember what this console is for. Right? Because they don't let you reference any of your notes. This is not like in most games where once you read a note, it goes into some kind of file in your inventory so you can reference it at any point. No. This game wants you to always just go back to the original file. So it makes it easy to forget everything. And after running around for hours to find that planning disc, I come back to this console, I insert the disc, and now there's a keypad with a numerical code. This has been my Dino Crisis experience. Every puzzle leads to another puzzle. Let me look at this again. If you have not seen them, be sure to check and see what they look like. If you split the numbers that you use when obtaining the core parts and add 0 to each of the split numbers, they will give the past numbers you'll need when obtaining the other two protective parts. Be careful when handling the past numbers of the core parts. Okay. They put puzzles in your puzzles. I'd love this just as a puzzle game. Yeah. Yeah, I think I mentioned it earlier in the playthrough, but this game really does remind me of the old Pimp My Ride meme with Exhibit, with the whole yo dog, I heard you like this, so I put this and this. That's this game with puzzles. Pretty sure this game was the reason I started writing everything down. I don't even blame you. I don't even blame you. This, I should be doing that. I just assumed that because Resident Evil in 1996 had a file viewer that cataloged everything you picked up, that a game from 1999 would do the same, by the same developers, by the same creator. But no, it doesn't. So, I guess that's my bad. So I said add a 0 after every number that you pick up, right? But how many... Yeah, we're gonna need to, I think, find more of those little parts before we can do anything with that, right? Because otherwise I really am lost. Let's try this. This console also needs this disc. Another keypad. What about this? Doesn't do anything. And this. Alright, let me check this out again. It also doesn't help that most of the, that's what I was referencing. Ah, okay. Most of, the notes in this game, for those of you that were not in attendance for the last stream, most of the notes in Dino Crisis, like, compared to Resident Evil, for those of you that have not played the RE games, in Resident Evil, a lot of the notes kind of have a certain formula, right? Like, we made a horrible monstrosity. At first, we're excited about it. Then we create it, and it's kind of scary, but we have control. Then it escapes, and we no longer have control. And then either I'm infected and I regret my life decisions, or, oh god, what did I create? I'm a terrible person. Tell my wife or husband and children that I love them. I'm going to hell. I'm a terrible person. In Dino Crisis, most of the notes are tech jargon relating to puzzles, or the researchers shit-talking each other non-stop with no in-between. Like, there are so many notes where they're just cursing each other out and dissing each other. And they're supposed to be like private journals too. And someone will write a personal note, and then I guess somebody picks up the journal and writes a reply, and then another researcher picks up the journal and writes a reply. And that has been most of the notes in this game. Facts? Yeah. I was laughing about that. One of the last notes I read before ending the stream last time was the researchers plotting to poison Dr. Kirk, and then one of them basically going to bat for him, saying that he works harder than any of them and they're wrong for thinking about that, and maybe someone should stab them, and then another one basically calling them a kiss ass. It's insanity. You will find the models of the two parts in the case set at the center. If you have not seen them, be sure to check and see what they look like. If you split the numbers that you use when obtaining the core parts and add 0 to each of the split numbers, they will give the pass numbers you'll need when obtaining the other two protective parts. That is such a confusing string of words. So this is the models they're talking about. So there was this, right? Did we already use this? I don't think so. 1281. This is the bloody memo that was left behind. I don't even know what keypad that's for. Let me try it here. No. We'll try it over here. Though I don't think it's gonna work here either, but... no luck. Alright, we're gonna have to try another room. I do know there was more level A, doors we haven't explored, but I don't actually know where they're at. Okay, there's not anything in the rest room. Let's try going up into the vents. See where that takes us. Of course, right off the bat, one immediately in my face. But this is not... yeah. Okay, I see where we are. How can I get back down to Facility B3? Because I wonder if maybe those red blinking doors can be unlocked with the level A keycard we have. Alright, I'm gonna go this way anyway. Oh my god. Ow. Alright, let's go down here. Wait, you have to activate the generator first. Okay, so it actually won't even let me leave this floor. So everything we need should be up here. Which is news to me. But we're gonna have to take a long look around then. I think we did everything in this room. We rewrote the key card and the ID card and everything, right? Is there any way into that little room right there? Yeah, okay, we missed this. Level A, access room. Alright, what does the file say? A file of the messages from Dr. Kirk to the staff. They appear to have been distributed to each section prior to the experiment. Notice, preparing the stabilizer and the initializer. Make sure these two devices are ready in time for the experiment. Each of these two devices consists of the following 3 parts. Core parts, protect part A and protect part B. This means 6 parts are needed in all. These parts are separately stored in the experiment room, the design room, and the parts storage room. Okay, so those are our destinations, right? Once you have acquired all 6 parts, you can assemble them in the experiment room. The weightless manipulation must be operated by staff of a level A class. Alright, let me try these green blinking things over here first and push this out of the way. Plug, and what does this do? Small wiretapping device. It appears to have something recorded on it. Will you play the recorded sound? Yes.
My only concern regarding the new generator is the stabilizer. It functions perfectly under nominal conditions, but it's still a problem under certain conditions. Look, with the generous budget, personnel, and facilities at your disposal, shouldn't you be able to solve that problem? Once complete control can be established, we will literally have the power of a god at our disposal. And it will all be attainable if you cooperate with me. The power of a god. How could I refuse?
Combination of the beeping sounds at the end of the conversation is... You're telling me that I have to memorize the beeping there? Alright, let's use this. Oh my god. Alright, let's listen to it again. This game is insane. It really is. I thought White Day was bad. I mean, White Day... White Day was bad. And I don't know if I should say it was worse. I mean, I guess expecting the player to just know Korean is worse than anything that this game has done so far. Because at least the answers are here, but it's rough. I don't like puzzles that have you interpret noises since I don't have any musical experience. Yeah. Even if you do, it's like... this is also a PS1 level sound chip. It's not like the audio is that clear. In fact, I was actually about to comment during the cutscene on how low the audio is mixed in this game. You can barely hear them when they talk. I don't know if I'm the only one having that problem, but I have to, like, push my earbud deeper into my ear and, like, really focus in to hear what they're saying. And I don't have it particularly low either. I mean, you can hear it from the dinosaurs when they roar, right? The audio is fine, it's just the mixing that's really low for some reason. Now I'm assuming I have to listen to the diatribe again. I hope it just plays the audio instead of him, you know, talking again, but we'll see.
The power of a god. How can I refuse?
Okay, I need to listen again.
The power of a god. How can I refuse?
Alright, let's try. Yeah. Yeah, that's a pretty good, what do you call it, God, why is the word escaping me? Can you even interpret that? Yeah, because it's what's in my head right now. I do think that's a good way to write it. Alright, let me see. Alright, no. I just need to know what each of these actually sound like. Okay. It's having to memorize what each of these numbers actually sounds like here. The colors correspond to each sound. Yeah. So it should be... Oop. Okay. Alright, let's try this again. Probably the reverse of that, right? Not the direction I wanted to go. You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of a harder, more annoying version of the portable safe puzzles from the RE2 remake. Okay, let me listen to it one more time, because I think you have it right there, but I need to, like, hear it again. physically. Exactly, yeah. You mean the safe codes that you have to find? Yeah, in RE2 Remake, the little things that you pick up that make little noises, like beeps when you press it, and you have to get it in the exact order for it to open the little thing, and it gives you the little buttons for the armory. That's what it reminds me of, except more annoying.
The power of a god. How could I refuse? The power of a god. How could I refuse?
Except worse, yeah, much worse. Much worse. God, and I hate how you have to constantly go through your stuff to use the planning disk every time you want to operate this console. They said, hey, remember when we did this? Let's do that again, but tone it down a little when they redid RE2, yeah. It also kind of reminds me of the water puzzle in the original RE3. For those that played it, there's a puzzle in the water, or in the, hospital. And you have to take this water sample and use it on this terminal, and in order to activate it, you have to do like this whole thing where you match the bars to the sounds and such. It's actually not as hard as it looks, but a lot of people hate that puzzle and think it's like the hardest one in the Resident Evil series. I think the puzzles in this game are far more ridiculous than anything in any Resident Evil game, to be honest. A classic, yeah. Now I want to try that one, if you can at some point. I'd love to see you play the original RE2 and 3. I do think you'd enjoy them, if you can, you know, gel with the tank controls and stuff. But if you got through the remake of RE1, I think you're good. You'll definitely, I don't think you'll have a problem with 2 and 3. Think you got the puzzle answer? Alright, let's see in a second. I think I have it too. I'm just trying to plot the course. So close, so close, so close. I have the benefit of thinking about it while you, yeah. I guess it is true, but I do think you're just naturally better with puzzles. That, and I keep messing up the sounds in my head. That was actually... Oh, okay, that actually helps. I didn't know I could take back a press. Thank you, Emerald. That actually makes it a little bit easier. Alright, so let's go back to the beginning. One of the red ones should be the right one to start with, if I'm recalling correctly. And then... 2, 3... Alright. 1, 2, 3... But then I can't... 2. Sorry, chat, I'm just locked in right now trying to make sure I am giving this the appropriate amount of thought. So I got caught on a puzzle last stream that really was not that difficult, but I was too busy trying to rush through it. So I'm just trying to take my time on this. Alright, there we go. My god. Overthinking it again. Thank god. I personally enjoy hearing the brain cogs turning. It must be a very loud turning sound with lots of sputtering and old rickety machine noises. Alright, you got the core parts 1 to be combined with protective parts 1A and protective parts 1B. And then what is this? To be combined with protective parts 2A and protective parts 2B. Okay. High security safe. The red indicator indicates the safe is not functioning. Okay, so I can't do anything with any of those. There's a whole back area here, huh? Would have missed this. Got the GG parts. By remodeling the cylinder, grenade bullets can be fired continuously. Okay, we are definitely, we're definitely equipping that. Thank God I looked around the corner. GG, yeah. Hopefully it's going to be GG for the dinosaurs after I start using this on them. Okay, so we have an upgraded grenade launcher now. You know something about this game that's also kind of ridiculous? The layout of the rooms and such. Like this, they've used that little, model for different wall things. There's nothing about this that looks like a, like some kind of recorder or something. It's just kind of strange. Aptly named, if so. I definitely hope so. Alright, so can I combine the stuff that they, the blue thing? Yeah. Because they've used that model for other stuff. Like, it does kind of look like a, what do you call it? A, God, one of those things you use to talk to people, intercom. It does kind of look like an intercom. A bit. But they've used that model for other things before. So there's nothing that, like, says to me that that is different from the other buttons we've been pushing in this building. Like, so many of the 3D models just seem like they're kind of indistinctive. Because, like, of all the little lockers I've had to push out of the way, this thing doesn't even really look like something you'd be able to push reasonably. It has vents on the front. Like, what even is this supposed to be? Alright, protect. 2B. I guess I gotta go to mix, right? No, evidently not. Oh yeah, I gotta go to the specific room to, mix this stuff together, I think. That looks immovable. I know, right? I think that's one of the things about this game is that it being in all 3D, like they did a good job. It looks nice. It's just that compared to the old school Resident Evil games with the pre-rendered backgrounds and stuff, nothing really stands out. It all just looks kind of indistinctive. Okay, I'm gonna start looking. I gotta start dinner and stuff here. Thanks for the shout out. I'll be listening to the yap. Thank you for showing up, Spooky Auntie, and no problem at all. You don't have to thank me for the shout out. Always a pleasure. And good luck with dinner. Thank you for the posture check. Let me fix that. Alright, let me take this stuff back to the other room here and see if we can start putting it together. I can't remember if this is the right place. I think it is. Yeah, stabilizer design room. And let me check the parts again. The initializer. But I have one of the parts for the stabilizer. Constitution parts for the initializer. Alright, so we might still be missing what we need here. I really wish we knew the passcode to these different terminals in here. Find models of the two parts in the case at the center. If you have not seen them, be sure to check and see what they look like. If you split the numbers that you use when obtaining the core parts and add 0 to each of the split numbers, they will give the pass numbers you'll need when obtaining the other two protective parts. Alright, let's look at the core parts again. One A, 1B, 2A, 2B. So they said put 0, right? Alright, let me look at them again, because what do they mean where the split numbers are? Read this again real slow. If you split the numbers that you use when obtaining the core parts and add 0 to the each, I didn't even realize that grammatical mistake there. But anyway, when obtaining the core parts and add 0 to the each of the split numbers, they will give you the pass numbers you'll need when obtaining the other two protective parts. So what do they mean? Because it's parts 1A, then 1B, and parts 2A and 2B. So how exactly would I... Very confused about this. And actually, I once again forgot to make my blue sky post. Let me fix that. Okay, there we go. Perfect. Alrighty. Numbers that you use when obtaining the core parts is throwing me off. Yeah, me too. Because it makes me think of, like, the numbers that were appearing on the panel for the numbers for the numbers, for the sounds that we just use in the terminal, right? Because they were numbered. And technically that is what we used when obtaining the core parts. So I don't know. I have no idea what they're talking about. Is it that, or is it like inserting zeros in the 1A, 1A, or 1A, 1B, 2A, 2B? That's a very weird way of phrasing it. I don't know, maybe it's simpler than making it out right now, but these two devices seem to be just models. It cannot be used. And I still don't know what the memo here is for. I tried that on both keypads and it didn't work. So it's not that. For the record, the code he put in was 36204. Thank you. Or 367204, okay. Then how would we... So what do they mean split numbers in that case? Right, I can't go downstairs, right? They're saying I can't go anywhere until I activate the generator. Let me try going, Do you have a theory? Please do share. I'm perfectly fine with some backseating right now. I yapped way too much before, and I want to make sure we get some genuine, tangible progress here. So I don't mind some backseating right now. If you have a theory, please, by all means, share it. I'm confused also. Yeah, me too, Purple. Well, there's... Okay, this thing was what the researcher's memo was for, so at least we found that. But that's just for a shotgun upgrade, which, don't get me wrong, I'm very grateful for. But not helping us with this puzzle. There are two keypads, so you can split 367204 down the middle and put a 0 at the end of them. That is true. That's a good point. Okay, I'll try that. Parts such as the foregrip and the barrel upgrade the weapon for a SPAS 12. Alright, let me upgrade the shotgun. There we go. Happy to have that. Okay, nothing with that, right? Yeah, this is for the parts assembly. I don't think we need to come back here until we're ready to start combining everything. So let's go try your theory, Emerald. Let's keep them nice and stuck in there. I hope it works because I have no other thoughts. I believe. You move fast. I try. Alright. We'll try both splits here, so 3, 6, 7, 0. Alright, let's try the other one. 2, 0, 4, 0. No. What about if we add a 0 to the front of it, perhaps? 3, 6, 7. You were right! You were right! You were right. The 0 just goes at the front. You're so smart, Emerald. Thank you so much. Because I wasn't even like... I wasn't even thinking to collect the numbers as I was solving the other puzzle. I'm too busy listening to the audio pattern, you know what I mean? That's the kind of thing that this game puts you through. Like, you're supposed to take note of literally every little thing. And while I can appreciate that, it's a bit much. Okay. Alright, now let's go over to the one over on the other side of the room. I only jotted down the number by happenstance myself. I'm glad you did, because if not, this would have never gotten solved. I said it the other day, I should have had my, should have had a notebook out to write this stuff down. Kicking myself now. I just didn't think it was going to be that type of game, you know? Do they not let you redo the puzzle or see it again? That's a good question. I think I'll go back to that room just to take a look at it and see if it actually, like, lays it out for you, because if it doesn't, that is, In fact, you know what? Let's go over there real quick now, because if I solve that, it may not deem it necessary to let me view it again. And I wanna know for me. Because if it actually doesn't, that is screwed up. I kind of wouldn't be surprised, though. Resident Evil Code Veronica has some areas where you can get soft-locked if you're not careful, and I wouldn't be shocked if this game had that problem as well. Alright, let's see if it shows me the solution. It makes you do it again. So you can access it, but it won't just tell you what the solution was. It makes you do it again. That's still pretty rough. At least it's available. Yeah. That is ridiculous, though. That is, I don't know. I guess this game is a thinking person's Resident Evil, which I thought Resident Evil was a thinking person's Resident Evil, but I was sadly mistaken. And I was so proud of myself for getting through Tormented Souls without using a guide for anything but one puzzle. And this game just humbled the hell out of me. I need to brain better. Alright, here's the other two parts. Okay, with this, we should be able to go to the other room and assemble them now. At least I think so, right? That's all 6 parts? Let me make sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. Yeah. Alright, we should be good. I'm tempted to try the new shotgun out on them. Did that kill one? No, I don't think so. I think that was just a different war cry for some reason. How many shotgun rounds do I have? I really want to test this out. I have 17, but I don't know if I should waste them. I'll leave it alone. They're, having fun knocking themselves out, so I'm not gonna put a stop to a good thing. Alright, let's see if we can assemble these parts now. This device assembles the parts of the generator in the necessary weightless environment. It appears that the critical parts of the generator can be assembled here. Okay. So maybe if I just press use on one of the parts, it'll compile them. Yes. Assemble the stabilizer. Oh my god. Okay, let me make a save state, just in case they want to be extra cruel and it blows the place up or something. Because I wouldn't be shocked if they did that to me. Alright, let's try again. I don't know why I thought this would be an automatic process. Is that not the right? Okay. Why is it not turning? This is such a funny way to put these kinds of things together. Right? You even have to do this too? Yeah. It looks so ridiculous as well. Assemble the initializer. Okay. No. Oh my god. What you saw happen just now is the input delay as well. And it doesn't even save your progress if you did the stabilizer. Alright, come on. No, stop. The input delay on the initializer is ridiculous. It takes like 2 seconds to process that you're turning the object around. And of course they come at you fast. So that's not very helpful. Can you please? Oh my god. This isn't even hard at this point, it lags. It does not turn as fast as you need it to, and it turns on a delay. You just kind of have to be hopeful that, there's such a small frame of time for you to turn it. Yeah, and it doesn't help that as I turn it, there is a significant input delay. Like, I wish I could, find a way to demonstrate it to you. Okay, this time... No! That is ridiculous. I'm tapping it very gently, and you see how far it turns it? That's insanity. Holy hell, that is crazy. And then look, sometimes it comes... Oh my god. Alright, whatever. Let me just hope for a good RNG on these spins. Alright, are you gonna play nice this time? Of course not. Of course not. Why would you? Look at that. That is ridiculous. It's just trolling me at this point. There's not even any skill to this, it's just legitimately RNG with what kind of speed they're gonna throw the stuff at you with, and if it's gonna allow you enough time to work through the input delay on spinning it. Finally. See how easy that was? The parts necessary to stabilize control of the generator. These parts create the energy that is required to start the generator. Alright, we have both now. Alright, let me make a save state because I don't want to see that screen ever again. And double check that I got everything in this room before we exit. We got that thing out of there before. Can I do anything with these? No. Alright, I think we're good. We can leave now. And now we can head back to the generator. And I guess slot these in. I don't know where they go, but we'll figure it out. Missed the button this time. That's fine, let's go back down. We shouldn't have to come back to this hallway anymore anyway. So if they want to roam free, that's fine. Alright, which way do we go to get back to the generator? Not that way. We gotta go down the L-shaped hallway, so it should be this way. Okay, at least I can take that now. Alright, I think we're almost there. This it? This room is so huge that I honestly don't even know. Panel that activates the third energy generator. Yeah, we're not going to do that because we haven't inserted it in yet. Okay. So probably the lower level. That's where we want to go first, right? What does this do? Nothing. Alright, somewhere in this room we'll find the area to put them in. The sub panel for the terminal turns on the generator. Sub-display. Wait, what about this over here? Another sub-panel. Terminal that controls it. Won't operate it because we have not put the things in yet. So up here? No. Alright, so let's go to the lower level. Can't remember where the slots are for these. Not really a fan of the way this room was designed. Inventory full. There's not enough room for the intensifier. Think we can make room. Let me mix that. Well, there's actually nothing I can mix it with. Alright, I guess we won't be able to take that then, sadly. Is this it? The main console's malfunctioning. The system can be operated from here. No. Alright, where the hell do I put these things in? This is very annoying. We have what we need now. But now I just don't know where we're supposed to actually put them. I think that one file in the room outside of where Dr. Kirk is being held had the information, but I need to remember how I even get back there. Where's locked from the other side? It's not this, right? We press the button. Okay, where does this take me? Have I not already been here? All of these rooms kind of look the same. First time playing this? Yes, actually. Thank you for the comment, Red Lantern. Yeah, welcome in. Yeah, this is my first time playing Dino Crisis, actually. At least more than the first 10 minutes. That's all I ever played before this playthrough. Nothing happened. Certain preparations have to be made before pushing the switch. Okay, so this is not where we put the things in. Got another plug, which is good. The panel that activates the generator. It's not going to do anything, right?
Error. Preparation procedure incomplete.
Do you need help? Yes, actually, if you could tell me what room I'm supposed to put the, let me get the names, the stabilizer and the initializer in, I would be very appreciative for that. Because I just went through the hard work of putting them together. I'm just not sure which room I'm supposed to be in. And some of these rooms kind of look extremely alike. And the map is not helping right now. Oh, sorry to disturb your rest. I believe you have to power the third energy generator first. Okay, so I guess I do need to find a way to turn this on. I just have no idea how I do that, because all the buttons kind of make it sound like, yeah, I just get errors.
Procedure incomplete.
Okay, what is the procedure to start it then? In the next room? Okay. Alright, I presume you mean in here. How can I get this going? Sub panel. Sub display. Let me read this right here. Generator activation manual. Prepare to activate the generator by operating the main panel on the upper floor of the control room. Move to the B3 area of the generator to set an initializer. Okay, so that's where that goes. Operate the panel near the initializer to connect the inhale shaft to the generator. Move to the B2 area to set a stabilizer, activate the generator. Okay. Thank you, Red Lantern. Alright, let me make a save state real quick. Just in case something goes wrong, I don't know if this is something I can mess up. Go back to the control room and adjust the output on the lower floor. Okay, this is gonna be... I'm gonna need to remember all of this. Alright, upper floor. B3, B2. Activate the generator, and then control room. Alright, hopefully this is not going to be too difficult. So, upper floor of the control room. Do we get any higher than this, or is it over here? Where does this take me? This is where we came from, right? Yeah. Yeah, third energy control room, so we're in the right place, but it says the upper floor. I'm assuming we start it from here, but I don't know how to actually start this process. Go back and turn on the machine near the memo? Okay. Actually, this is... Let me, grab one of these real quick. Let's put this back. Take the intensifier. Let me mix that with... Oh, it won't let me. Okay. Okay. Alright, let me go back to the other room. Turn on the machine near the memo. Now it lets me use it. Okay.
Announcement. Generator test complete. Remember, special keycard is required to operate the generator.
Alright, so that's on. Now we go to B2, right? Or B3. To set an initializer. Alright, let's find the B3 area. Do I have Dr. Kirk's ID card, though? Hopefully that'll work, because I actually don't know if we have the right ID card. Does it finish the process? And this is not B3. Now take the small elevator downstairs and set the initializer. This one right here, will it actually work now? Or do you mean the small elevator in the other room over here? The one that's in this room right here, off on the right side. For those of you on Twitch, I'm actually speaking with a viewer that's watching from YouTube, just in case you're confused. Thank you for the hydrate, Emerald. Let me take a sip. Oh, you can channel spirits too. The small lift.
Error. Preparation procedure incomplete.
Okay, let me go back. I think I might have missed an elevator then. The layouts of these generator rooms is extremely confusing for me. They look very, very similar. Off topic, but they just released the original RE1, 2, and 3 onto Steam from GOG. Really? I didn't know that. Oh, that is so cool. I keep hoping that they'll, drop those on, I keep hoping that they'll drop those on, Switch and stuff like that. I think it happened while you were streaming. Oh my god. Thank you for letting me know that, Emerald. I'll check that out after stream. I did not know that they did that. Small lift, small lift. Where is it? Yeah, my apologies, Red Lantern. I'm trying to find that lift you're referring to. I am just unsure where it's located. The layout of this room is more than a little confusing. Yeah, I want to get the PC version of the original Resident Evil games because I want to mod them with the higher quality backgrounds and stuff like that, just to have a difference because I already own the originals on PS4. Next room. Okay, which one? Because I can't open... I know this is an elevator over here in the corner. This one. It's not letting me use it. Let's see, did I mess up and accidentally... Alright, let's just start from 0 and turn this on again. If it's on Steam, there's at least a chance they'll think about a Switch port. I hope so. I'd like to just have them portably again. I had them on the PS Vita, but I don't really use my Vita anymore.
Test complete. Remember, a special keycard is required to operate.
The room where you had to extend the bridge. Extend the bridge. Okay, I think... Was it this one over here? Yeah, you'll have to excuse me because I've been playing this over the course of more than a few streams and interchanging this out with other games, so I kinda forget some details, but I'm assuming this room in here. So I took that lift down already and it didn't let me do anything with it. Or is it the other room that leads to where Dr. Kirk is being held? Because I actually don't remember if there's a lift in there. And I also think there's a longer delay between my stream and on YouTube. I think it's like 7 seconds or something like that. So you'll also have to excuse me there compared to here on Twitch, where it's like near instant. But in the meantime, while I wait for your response, I'm gonna go to, gonna check out that other room and see if I missed anything. Five seconds? Got it. Oh, hi. And he opens the door once again. Take that lift. Okay, so I assume that you are referring to the one that I was standing in front of before, so I'll go back there. But as long as I'm here, I am going to talk to Dr. Kirk real quick, because I actually don't know if I have his ID card. And I'm pretty sure I need it. Let's talk to this idiot.
Did you find those devices yet?
When you went down, the generator wasn't on? Alright, I'll see. Alright, let me go back then. At least I know he's not going to be any help. Freaking Dr. Kirk, big surprise. Door has been unlocked. Okay, well that actually brought me exactly where it needed to be, so that's fine. You have his card because you can't turn on the generator without it. Got it, got it. Alright, well the generator, if it's on now, or should be on at least. Now let's try this again. Nothing happens. Certain preparations need to be made before pushing the switch. That is not working. And this one right here isn't working either.
Error. Preparation procedure incomplete.
Yeah, it keeps giving me an error every time I try to do that. And I assume that this thing right here is where I would put the initializer or whatever, right? Is there like a fail state with the generator? Or do I have to do this in a certain amount of time? Because I did run the little test and it said it was active, but it's still not functioning. I may need to go ahead and look this up. Let's take a look at the manual over here again. Operating the main panel on the upper floor of the control room. Move to the B3 area. The generator set an initializer. Operate the panel near the initializer to connect the inhale shaft to the generator. Move to the B2 area. What are you searching for? Where I'm supposed to go after starting the generator, or at least I assume I'm starting the generator, but it won't let me use that elevator that's nearby. It's a simulation end.
Test complete. Remember, a special key card is required to operate the generator.
Okay. Those small boxes are where you set the initializers. So do I just click on them and press use? Do I not have to like open them? Because I thought I'd have to like get them open first. I can go try it. Alright, I'll head back down there and see. Bro, rewind the game to when you're there. Yeah, that probably would be easier. I'm just used to doing this the old-fashioned way, to be honest. But no worries, because we're here again. Let me try and see if it works. Alright. Not be used here. Yeah, it will not let me activate this. I push the button, it says nothing happened. Alright, let me look into this. Don't push on the button, push on the opening. Yeah, it is not letting me do it either way. Hold on. What was the last thing you completed? Getting the initializer and the stabilizer. Then maybe you don't have the ID card. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm confused though because I just went to go talk to him and that did not didn't work. I'm trying to see if I can find a rewind to when you were with Dr. Kirk. All right. Did you get the fingerprints? I got fingerprints earlier in the game. Alright, here I am back with Dr. Kirk. Alright, let me try talking to him instead.
What are you still doing here? Go get those devices.
Yes, I have
Did you
them.
find those devices yet?
Let the YouTube side take it from here. I mean, if you found something, I would still definitely appreciate it. I'll stand in front of him and use it. Alright, let's see. Data stored in the over... Oh my god, there we go. I have the fingerprint device, so now... Alright. This is so ridiculous, man. Okay. So now I need to go back to that other room. And rewrite the ID card in the safe room. There's a plug near the bookshelf in the previous... I think I did get that plug earlier. Alright, let me go back to the safe room now. And rewrite this ID card. Through here. Yeah, thank you both. I appreciate that. What is the password again? Check those small boxes behind you. These right here. Nothing unusual. Thank you. Once again, would have never thought to check those since they just blend in. 0392. I mean, I can try it. God, all of this could just be so easily prevented if they would, just let me keep a record of my notes, you know? No. Alright, now I need to remember what the password for this was. I've logged over 100,000 hours in this game. It's a fun game, it's just definitely very, very replete with puzzles, and you kind of need to write stuff down compared to Resident Evil. I'm used to having the benefit of having easy access to the files I've had, you know? That's where I start getting tripped up. A lot of this is very manual, as opposed to how Resident Evil kind of streamlines like the basic stuff. There's more than one code. Apologies. No, it's okay, Emerald. I'm just trying to remember. I don't know if it's the same password I used before or what, because I made it before with the two things I slotted in. But I don't even know what the password is here. Let me check the rest of the room. Yeah, I don't even have the key chips anymore. Red Lantern, if you happen to know the code here or how I'm supposed to find it, I would appreciate that. I am trying to finish this game in this stream, because I've been at this for quite a bit. The only thing I found online is 58104 46907 for Baker, or 57063 47812 for Doyle. My god. Yeah, I'm genuinely confused here. Alright, let me take a quick look around. (31415) Thank you so much. Finally. God bless. Shocked I couldn't find that in a Google search. Yeah, I was searching it too and I couldn't find anything. Yeah, thank you, Red Lantern. Yes, we'll make a save. Go back out there. I really hope we're close to the end of the game. I'm assuming once we get this online that we should be good to go. Wrong room. $30 away from the end? I hope so. Because as much as I'm enjoying it, it's hard when you have a game that wants you to, like, write everything down to, kind of keep doing it stream by stream like this when I have to take days off from streaming, especially because as I said, I might be able to squeeze one in tomorrow if life decides to play nice. Otherwise, I might be away until either the weekend or early next week. And that makes it hard to remember some of the stuff. Alright, let's try and activate the process again. There we go.
Announcement. Please place the initializer and the stabilizer in the generator.
Finally. Alright, let me make a save state. Can I actually use this now? No. But the other things should be open. One thing that I will say about this game is that it at least, I guess, comes across as very realistic in the sense of the amount of effort they want you to put into getting these machines turned on and functional and such. It's certainly not lacking in that department. Finally. Alright, now I should go, I think, fiddle with the computer over there. Finally, progress. Alright. Now we'll go upstairs to the other one. Set that in place, and then hopefully we've got this thing back online. Alright, let's put the stabilizer in here. Just curious, but are you going to play this again after beating it, or one and done? Probably one and done for now. If I do another Dino Crisis anything, it'll probably be Dino Crisis 2. Because I would like to play that one. So that's likely what I would, not like directly after this stream series, but in like a little while I'll probably play the second game.
Just remember, there's no turning back once it overloads.
Then we won't look back. Crank that sucker and go out with a boom.
Alright, here we go.
Generator has surpassed the safety parameter. Third energy mode in progress. All personnel evacuate immediately. Repeat. All personnel evacuate immediately.
The ceiling! Move it!
Oh my god.
What's the point in saving me? How pathetic.
I was not expecting that to happen. I wonder if that's because of the choices I made, or if that was always going to happen. Alright, let's take the shortcut over there. I swear if Dr. Kirk actually gets away.
Okay. Just get Kirk. Hurry.
Take it easy, Gale.
No. Take this. Tagged him with transmitter.
Gale. Gale.
Got the pulse receiver, you can use it to find the location of Dr. Kirk. He's in facility B3. Okay. Disembarkation Immigration Office. Oh, we actually got him out.
All right. The overload levels are increasing. Just a little more. Looking good.
It always happens and only technically the last choice affects the game's ending? Okay, great, thank you.
What happened to him?
I don't know, but Kirk's gone.
I'm gonna kill him!
You and me both, Rick. You know, I don't know how you pulled him out from under that. Because Regina is strong as
All that's
hell.
left is our escape. Let's go.
Wait, what about Kirk?
What about him? It's a miracle we're still alive at this point. Forget about him.
Don't forget the mission. You're not here to babysit.
Sorry, but I have a conscience. I'm taking you back now.
No.
I'm home. How goes the games? Welcome home, Sushi.
Kirk.
We finally made some progress thanks to some help from our
Don't you remember our situation?
friends over on
Your
YouTube.
energy can't be controlled anymore. Staying here any longer
Thank you
is
for the
suicide.
hydrate.
I know. I'm not back in 30 minutes. You two make your escape without me.
Hey, do something!
Oh my god. Always me. Let me make a save. Okay, what will you do? Choose the idea you wish to follow. Gale's idea, put priority on the mission and go after Dr. Kirk. Rick's idea, ignore your duty and go after your comrade. I'm assuming this is probably the final choice of the game. But yes, welcome home, Sushi. I'm glad you're back. Glad you're off work. Comrade. I love that emote so much. Yeah, I'm glad you're back. I assume you're gonna get something to eat and everything and get ready for your stream. Alright, well, if we're close to the end of the game, I made a save state, assuming that there's not too much left in either direction. I'm sure we might be able to actually do both here. Yes, it is the final choice? Okay. So... Alright, let's start with Rick's idea, and then I can always reload this, assuming that there's not, like, a whole lot to do.
Gale!
Oh my god.
Thanks. That GI joke deserved it. Come on.
Damn, she just punched him. And then he got called a GI joke on top of that. Probably about 15 minutes from the ending? Okay, so we might be able to do both. Alright, let's make our way to that area over there. What are you gonna have for dinner, Sushi? If you happen to know yet. Not hungry, maybe later. Understandable. Wrong way, wrong way. I'm just updating some stuff. Got it, got it. Please do make sure that you eat, though. The game has been a struggle. Oh, yeah. Yeah, definitely. What's that? Not enough for the multiplayer, huh? Alright, I guess it is what it is. Can't take that. I usually don't eat till later because I eat lunch. Got it. You eat it late. Yes, as long as you are making sure that you're eating, that's fine. Yeah, we're definitely at the end. They're trying to give me a whole lot of stuff. Small containers are stacked here. I'm gonna set up and junk if you still want to play in like 30 minutes. Oh, you're gonna play something with purple? Alright, we only have one path, I guess. Gale is gonna be pissed that I punched him in the stomach, but... Maintenance records are written here. It doesn't look like it's been used for a long time. The maintenance appliances for the hovercraft are stored here. I wish Phasma was ported to Switch 2. It'd be so great to play with you as well. I really do want to. As soon as it releases, I'm gonna get it.
I'll take care of the fuel, then.
It looks like this thing is powered by some type of nuclear energy. Here, put the fuel in this.
I'm telling you, Regina is just... Well, again, this game came out first. Isaac Clarke is just Regina, and Regina is Isaac Clarke. They do everything. For everyone. The tank capacity meter reads empty. Alright, so now we need to find out where to fill this up. Alright, right outside. Not bad. Let me talk to Gale real quick, though. I want to see him get mad at us for punching him. Let's quickly prepare to escape for Gale's sake. Okay. Nothing to say to us yet. Is there anything up here? Alright, I'll take the multiplayer and see if I can upgrade our healing items. Nope, can't do that. Alright, that's fine. Alright, so somewhere in here, right? Large tank restoring energy. We just gotta find the exact location where we can insert the tank. Where the heck do I use it? Guess just right here, right? At these little, these things over here. Can I use it here? Nope, can't be used here. Alright, why not? There's a notice. Danger. Explosive materials. Nucleum is stored here. There we go. Alright, now we can go back. What are you looking for? I found it. I was trying to find the nuclear materials to fill the tank with, but I got it.
Good enough?
It's the T-Rex again.
Leave him to me. You just work on getting that thing fixed.
Right. Hold up, Regina. Take this.
Oh, what now? Got another plug, yes. And grenade bullets. Have a hat. Thank you for the redeems. I hope you both enjoy playing Phasmophobia. Hopefully someday soon I'll be able to join you. Alright, Alright, let me put the multiplier back in the box. I want those grenade rounds. Okay. So what exactly does he want us to do now? Store everything you don't need? Alright, noted. Alright, let me hit the box. I don't know how much I have that I can spare, but I will put away. Game is pretty much over. Okay. Put the poison dart away. Yeah, the rest is all ammo, right? Ammo and health, so... we'll just keep the rest of it with us. But I'll leave one slot open. Alright, we'll save. Should have been using all that ammo. I've been pretty much trying my best to preserve ammo and maneuver around all of the dinosaurs the best I can using the laser hallways and such. I hope it's to my benefit right now.
Detected at port. Lockdown in progress.
I think I've used more health than anything. Alright. We're gonna use the grenade launcher in this fight. Might as well.
make like a tree and get out of here.
Please get us out of here.
Oh boy, I'd say it's time to run.
He's just swimming after us?
Blast! It's gonna overtake us.
Wow, that was interesting. Okay. I'll load the other save since it was really close to the end and we can see what the other ending looked like, because I kind of feel like that was the 3 different endings. Interesting. Yeah, because I feel like that can't be the canon ending, right? Felt a little bit too simple. So I'll load the other one and we'll see what happens if we went after Dr. Kirk instead. And I don't know how to get the third ending, so... yeah, I'll express my complete thoughts on it once we get the other ending. But I do like it. I just do think that it's weird how this game doesn't have a lot of the quality of life improvements that had existed in this format as far as like Capcom's development teams go from at least RE3. And I do think that this game would have benefited from some of the things that Resident Evil has, like a file viewer, a more streamlined inventory and such, and better audio mixing, because I do feel like the character dialogue is a little low compared to the sound effects and the music. But, you know, functionally as a game, I do enjoy it, and I really like Regina as a main character. I feel like if they ever remake this game on the RE engine and such, Regina would definitely be a massively popular character, because she kind of has, like, she is her own character, so I don't want to, like, you know, just compare her to only, you know, these two. But she kind of feels like a mix between Leon and Jill a little bit. And I do think that would go over really well because she comes off as really cool. And that coupled with newer graphics and everything, I think would really go over well with people.
Report of Operation Dr. Kirk. Agent name Regina. Dr. Kirk. Status unknown.
Due to unforeseen elements of the area, we were unable to recapture Dr. Kirk. His survival is unknown.
Gale. Status alive.
Gale did survive, but he is seriously injured and is currently recovering at our military medical facility.
Rick. Status alive.
Rick is currently analyzing the data that was recovered from Ibis Island.
Regina. Status alive.
As for myself, I'm ready to begin my next assignment.
Tom. Status deceased.
Tom was attacked and killed by a giant reptile that was inhabiting the island. He will be missed.
Cooper. Status unknown.
We lost contact with Cooper at the beginning of the mission and have not heard from him since then.
Mission complete.
I would love for them to revisit this series if they keep all the puzzles. I like Regina. Yeah, me too. Agreed on all fronts. I would like for them to revisit this. I don't know why they haven't done it already. It is kind of frustrating that they haven't.
Instructions.
And yeah, I feel like Regina is a really cool character. Good job. Thank you for completing the mission despite the numerous difficulties. However, you could have done more. If you'd like to try again, we'll give you a special gift. Good luck. I'm assuming that's some kind of, oh, a new costume. Use the save data in your next mission. Is it both that they gave me, or is it the one on the left or the one on the right? Okay, it looks like they gave me both. Looks like one is like a casual outfit and the other one is like a battle suit of some kind. Okay, let me load up. First, let me make a save state with this completed data. And now I'll load the other one. Let's see what happens if we go after Dr. Kirk.
Kirk must be after the stabilizer.
Why did you let him go?
I'm finally beginning to understand him. He's a professional, first and foremost. It's the only way he operates.
You're right. And it's up to me to do my part as well. I'll make sure everything's ready to go as soon as you get there.
Alright, don't die on me, Rick. They gave you the shotgun to start with? Oh, that's cool. Yeah, that would definitely make a replay a lot more palatable. Alright, so we need to make it to B3. Battle suit hot. It looked really stylish from the picture. That was satisfying. After your next playthrough, they give you the grenade gun? Okay, that's cool. So it's kind of like in the Resident Evil games where the more you replay it, the more they kind of reward you with extra goodies. Alright, let me see something. Just want to see if this is the same elevator that was locked in the, yeah, in the energy control room. Okay. That's what I figured. But what we want to get is facility B3. That red room over there. So let's go back up. I've just been curious about that elevator and wanted to see if it was the one I was thinking of. Try to speed this up a little bit. It's already 10 o'clock and I am really hungry. Again? Alright, we are all the way over there. We need to enter the L-shaped hallway. Should be through here. L-shaped hallway. Travel the complete length. Alright, and then up to the safe room. Thanks to everybody who's been so patient through all this, by the way. I do appreciate you being here. I'll put that in there. Grenade bullets. Put the poison dart back and take heat bullets. Okay. Alright, only one way to go from here. I kind of want to kill that dinosaur out of pettiness, but... Thank you for the lurk, Sushi. Enjoy Phasmophobia with purple. Alright, we should be just about where we need to be now. Oils and repair parts, another plug. Two plugs in there. Let me double check. These boxes, maybe? Yes. Good looking out. Thank you, Red Lantern. I'm curious, Red Lantern, do you also want a Dino Crisis remake on the RE engine? Here he is.
You got your man, Gale.
You're not one to forget a grudge, are you?
Come on, let's go.
Regina, take this.
A disc?
It contains all the information on the third energy, including the details on how to use it as a weapon. Once we deliver this disc to our government, our real mission will be complete.
Just as I suspected.
What do you mean, our real mission? Our mission is to take back Dr. Kirk.
That was the official lie they fed you. Your boss only wanted the data from the very beginning.
What are you talking about?
Don't you get it, girl? It's so obvious. The government doesn't want me. They want the third energy. They want this weapon all to themselves.
And this whole mission was a front from the very beginning.
Our government knew that Kirk's project had to be some type of weapon. I mean, just think about it. A staged, accidental death, political asylum, a secret non-weapon project at a hidden military base. And you know how this country has always been famous for developing new weapons in secret. Our government knew that there was a new weapon, and they wanted it. Our real mission was to ascertain all information on the weapon so that only our country can exploit it. Dr. Kirk's just a bonus.
I can't believe it.
Ha! You naively called me a devil before. But if you think about it, you know who the true devil is.
I don't understand, Gale. Why didn't you tell us?
I can only guess that the two of you were too clean to be trusted by the top brass.
And what about you?
I didn't want to put either of you in danger. What you didn't know couldn't hurt you.
This has all been quite enlightening, but can we go now?
You're right. Let's go, Gale.
Oh my god.
This is the reward for a lifetime of service to the government. Sad, isn't it?
Thank you.
Let's go.
You got the secret disc. The disc contains information about using the third energy as a weapon. So, Interesting. I guess I should have seen that coming. That twist. Good hit, yeah, right? See, Regina is awesome. I was thinking, please punch him in the face, and she actually did. Also, yeah, I agree, Red Lantern. I don't know why Capcom hasn't remade Dino Crisis or tried to make a true successor, because I don't know what your feelings on Dino Crisis 3 are, but I can't imagine they're positive. It seems like something that should have happened already, and yeah, it's always up there in the most voted games for a remake, or even a continuation. I was kind of annoyed that they made that game Exoprimal instead of a Dino Crisis remake. It feels like it was right there. And there's a character in that game that kind of looks like a fake Regina too. So I don't know why they didn't just do it, but all right. So I guess Kirk, or Gale rather, is dead.
Where's Gale? Let's go then.
So I don't know, something tells me, I guess I really didn't get, seemingly did not get any kind of good ending either way, right? Because Gale is dead, and the other ending, we all got out alive, but we lost Dr. Kirk, and we didn't learn the truth about the nature of the mission and the corrupt nature of the government. I'll leave that alone. I think that's just a, what you call it, one of those things to soup up the medical stuff. The T-Rex is dead already? That is beyond weird. Let me make a save state. Just in case. The reason why he's dead is because something worse is around here. Alright, I can't go around his body, so let's go the other way. Also, you didn't find the helicopter? Yeah, I guess I'm gonna have to do another run of this game in the future with the New Game Plus stuff. I knew it was too good to be true. That's another ending. Is there an easy way to get that third ending here, or would it kind of require like a full replay?
Getting to miss our reptilian groupie.
Shut up and steer. I'm gonna take care of this once and for all.
Here, take this with you and be careful.
make another save. Because we're probably gonna die here. I think this would actually make a really cool set piece in a remake.
I'll finish this. Stay down.
Yeah, this would be really cool in a remake. Not that it isn't now, but I could definitely see how it would look.
Game over, folks.
After this mission, I don't think I'll ever be able to look at a croc skin bag the same way. Oh!
Load up the save you made and I'll walk you through it? Okay. Yeah, because if it's easy to get, I can do it right now. If it's as simple as these two endings were.
End of the line for you, handsome. You're extinct!
Oh hell yeah, that's an excellent one-liner, Regina. Alright, that's the end of that. Can I skip this? I can't, so I'll just make a save here in the credits. And then load up the other one. Okay, so I'm back here at the choices. Which one do I have to make to get access to the third ending? I'll just wait here and wait for the response. Yeah, this game is primed for a remake. All the pieces are here. I do think that this would make for an excellent remake and could still be a viable franchise. Like, if anything, I feel like Resident Evil and Dino Crisis kind of tagging in and out of with each other like every year would be pretty cool. Doesn't matter? Okay. Alright, well, I would like everybody to live here. So let's go with, Alright, let's go with Rick's idea. Rick, okay. And we get to punch him in the stomach again.
That GI joke deserved it. Come on.
I was looking at the timeline of Resident Evil releases, and indeed they've been pumping them out back to back in recent years. Yeah. And the thing is, once they run out of remakes, I'm not sure what they're gonna do, you know? Guess they could do more Revelations games, which I would not be opposed to. But Dino Crisis would be a good alternative if they want to give Resident Evil a break. You know, in between years. does keep Ari in everyone's minds, but they could also take a break, year or so. Yeah, we're thinking the same thing. Alright, Red Lantern. If you would be so kind, what do I do to get that third ending from here? Head to that long hallway with the level A door at the end. Okay, the one that I went to last time. It feels so good to be able to take these guys out now. Back. Other door? Okay. Ouch. Door at the end, got it. Let's take these heat bullets and poison dart. Let me check around real quick just to make sure there's nothing else in here before I get on that. Okay. Alright, let's see what this does. And just keep going from there. Got it. Ah, there he is. Oh my god.
Regina, what are you doing? Answer me! What have you been doing? The hovercraft is being destroyed by the T-Rex.
I caught the doctor, Rick. There's a chopper over here we can use to escape.
Oh, great. I'm heading over now.
Good. I'll pick you up ASAP. Hurry!
Yeah, get his ass. That was such a satisfying kick. All this time I didn't realize that if I pressed sort, it would combine everything. That would have been nice to know. Oh, well, whatever. Things to keep in mind for a potential replay. Put those back because there's really no point to it. Check the room real quick. It's okay, I played RE1 Remake to the end before I found out there was a button that directly opened to the map. Yeah, it's always frustrating when it's like... This would have been nice to know like a good 12 hours ago. Looks like helicopter maintenance storage. It's completely locked up. Okay. Right, I do think we're good to go. Let me make a quick save. Dr. Kirk is still unconscious. Okay, I guess we go back and get them then. Hope we tied him up too to make sure he doesn't try and take the helicopter.
That T-Rex is right behind us. We gotta move fast.
Let's go. Rick, faster! Rick, now!
Yeah, this is, this would be such a cool set piece in a remake. I can already imagine how it would go. Okay, let's switch to the grenade launcher. Give the T-Rex Mr. X energy, can you imagine? Oh my god. Yeah, that would be really cool.
That dinosaur just doesn't give up.
He's still after us!
I'm gonna flash fry that dino dodo.
You can also make your own poison darts? Really? That was such a much more satisfying ending. I'll let the credits play again so we can see what the post-credits looks like now that we did the whole operation. But as they play, I'll speak on my thoughts of the game. First of all, I want to thank you, Red Lantern, for all of your help. I really do appreciate it. I was really hoping to be done with this game in this stream, so I really do appreciate the help. And, yeah, thank you for that. Overall, I liked it. was more of a puzzle game than I expected, as I've talked about a lot. I thought that it would be a lot more akin to Resident Evil, but with more action than Resident Evil, but instead it ended up being a lot more puzzle-based than I expected. And you spend most of your time at a huge deficiency for ammo than I would have expected. Like, I knew it was going to be, you know, a survival horror game. So I was expecting that, but definitely not to this degree. I was counting more bullets than I ever did in any of the Resident Evil games. Right? I do feel like from a gameplay perspective, it felt very clunky at times. I know some of the older Resident Evils can feel that way a little bit. Mostly RE1. I don't think 2 and 3 really have that issue. I think Code Veronica has that problem as well. But I feel like most of the issues I had with this game from a gameplay perspective was more so that, one, it has a pretty bad input lag. And some of the menu things are weirdly obtuse compared to even RE1. Like, they make you go through a lot of sub-menus to do things that Resident Evil lets you do very easily. That's why you have to find the hidden plugs to get ammo. Yeah, it's definitely a requirement. Because you're not getting through this game without them. Unless you're a pro at dodging dinos.
You have mail.
Alright, let's see what the mail is this time.
The final report of Operation Dr. Kirk. Agent name, Regina. Dr. Kirk. Status, recaptured.
We have recaptured Dr. Kirk, who is currently negotiating future experiments with the military high command.
Gale. Status, alive.
Gale did survive, but he is seriously injured and is currently recovering at our military medical facility.
Rick. Status, alive.
Rick is currently analyzing the data that was recovered from Ibis Island.
Regina. Status, alive.
As for myself, I'm ready to begin my next assignment.
Tom. Status, deceased.
Best ending is saving
Tom
Gale
was attacked and killed
getting
by a
Kirk.
giant reptile that was inhabiting the island. He will be missed.
Cooper. Status, unknown.
We lost contact with Cooper at the beginning of the mission and have not heard from him since then.
Mission complete.
Yeah, because the only thing missing from this is that we didn't learn about the corruption of the government and the true nature of the mission, right? Does Cooper come back in the sequel? I actually don't know. That's a good question.
Operation instructions.
Yeah. So eventually, maybe I'll try again on New Game Plus, just to really kind of take it in with all the things I learned from a first playthrough. But yeah, I did enjoy my time with it. I did like the story. Again, I feel like it would have benefited from having a file viewer, like in Resident Evil, so you could kind of go back and look at some of those files that have the exposition and such, instead of just only being able to view them where they are, because it's hard to navigate around and go look at them when you're being chased by dinosaurs. But, yeah, I mean, I enjoyed it a lot. It's making me, like, that ending right there actually did make me want to play Dino Crisis 2. Hold on, let me see. If you would have chosen Gale's part and went to the chopper instead of the port, it would have played out that way. Okay. So you know what? I think I'll probably do that, but offline, just on my own, just to see what the ending looks like. And see the full extent of the ending. But yeah, it did make me want to play Dino Crisis 2. So I will look into that and see about it. It won't be the next stream series. We're going to finish Luigi's Mansion in the next stream, and then we'll figure out where we go from there, because I have a bunch of different games that I can kind of look at for what comes next. But yeah, I really did enjoy my time with Dino Crisis. And again, I thank you all for your patience. I know this was kind of a rough playthrough in that we got stuck a lot on a lot of different puzzles and trying to figure out where to go and stuff like that. Definitely a stark contrast to my Resident Evil playthroughs, where I've memorized those games so much that it's like second nature for me. I probably know the maps of the Resident Evil trilogy better than I can memorize the back of my own hand. So this was definitely a much less smooth experience, and I do appreciate all of you for sticking with me through it all. And despite those difficulties, as the game said, I had a lot of fun playing this and just hanging out with all of you. So let me move us over to the chatting screen. 1 second. Alright. Yeah, that was Dino Crisis. Like I said, I'll probably get the true ending offline. Basically 2 hovercraft endings, 2 helicopter endings, both are based on the last choice. Got it, makes sense. So technically 4 endings, despite the fact that the game says 3, which is pretty interesting. Yeah. Yeah, thank you for the stream and congrats on finishing it. Thank you so much, Emerald. Yeah, thank you for all your help, because you were a big help throughout it all, Emerald. Like, honestly, you were the MVP. You were playing the game better than I was, and you weren't even playing it, if we're being honest. But yeah, thank you for all of your help. Thank you, Red Lantern. You came through in the 11th hour and really helped out a lot, and I do appreciate that. And yeah, as a big Resident Evil fan myself, it is always nice to meet other like fans of specific horror games and stuff like that. So I do look forward to seeing you around if I, you know, whenever I get around to that Dino Crisis 2 playthrough. That'd be fun. But thank you, of course. I'm the one thanking you, Emerald. No need to thank me. But yeah, I'm gonna find somebody to raid out to now. Let's go ahead and figure that out. And like I said, I'm gonna try my best to get one more stream in for the week tomorrow, but no promises because things are kind of crazy right now. So if I can't do it, then, you know, I'll update everybody. Thank you for the head pats, Naka. I never played 3. I only ever played the demo for 3, and it was not good. It was not good. Not at all. Let's see who's on. We have quite a few people on. Wow, we really do have a lot of people online tonight. But we do have Mistlock is having her stream anniversary. She's a really cool VTuber. We've collabed on a few games. If you were there for the Yap Yap collab or the Lethal Company collab a few months ago, then you know Mistlock. And since it's her stream anniversary, we're gonna raid into her and support her. Honestly, never knew they did at Dino Crisis 3 until years ago. Yeah. Yeah, it's very easy to forget. It's very upsetting because it did not follow, like, I don't know the plot of Dino Crisis 2. I just know it ends on a cliffhanger, and that a lot of people wanted the answers to whatever questions they were posing in a third game. And then they just did a completely off-the-wall thing with Dino Crisis 3. They set it in outer space, has nothing to do with Regina, or anything that happened in the first 2 games, to my knowledge. And kind of completely defeats the purpose. and it's very upsetting. They did do a game on the PS2 called Dino Stalker. It was a on-rail shooter, and that apparently is more of a Dino Crisis 3 than Dino Crisis 3 was according to fans, from what I understand. So yeah. But in any case, we're gonna raid into Mistlock, so everybody wish her a very happy stream anniversary. And that'll be for all of you on Twitch, of course. For everybody who is watching on YouTube, this is where our journey ends. Thank you for all of your help. If you'd like to see more streams, then go ahead and hit that subscribe button. I try to stream as much as I can, which is usually several times a week, but it varies depending on what I've got going on in my life. I also do original YouTube videos. I do short playthroughs of short horror games and such, and demos. So if you're into that kind of thing as well, yeah, just go ahead and give me a subscribe, and hopefully you'll enjoy the content. But yeah, that's gonna be it for me. Let me activate the raid. There we go. We've also got a Discord server if you would like to join. That is the link right there. If you want to join over on YouTube, I think I have a link there, but if not, you can leave a comment and I will I'll reply with a link to the server if you're interested in joining. You can also follow me on Blue Sky if you'd like updates. Yeah. Alrighty. We've got the countdown going now, so it's about time for me to go. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. As always, I had a really good time just hanging out with all of you. I will see you all next time. Have a good rest of your night or morning, wherever in the world you are. Eat, take care of yourselves, do what you gotta do. And I'll see you next time. Stay spellbound.